Hello, everyone. Oh, my microphone is far. Hang on. I wasn't quite as set up as I thought I was. I thought I was all sorted. I was not. Let's get the microphone over here. Hello. Hang on. A little behind the scenes action here. There we go. That's so much better. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Cameron Journal Election Night broadcast. Let me put my headphones on because we're going to be listening to live feeds and whatnot. It's going to be so much fun. I'm doing hair down tonight because it's a very relaxed atmosphere. And I just watched it yesterday and blew it out, so, you know, that's a whole thing. Oh, let me get some comments and reactions because I hear, yes, hello. Oh, hello, welcome. So, it is 6:12 here in the East, and I want to pop it out real quick to take a look at the states we already have some returns on. So, polls closed in Indiana and Kentucky at the 6 o'clock hour. No surprise that Trump is doing well here. We knew he was going to do well in these states, so, you know, we're okay so far. So that's kind of the news as we see it. I've been kind of passively checking out CBS a little bit. They're doing ads because nothing's happening right now. The Kornacki cam is going. He's doing some explanation.
Lackawanna's been on. It used to be just an overwhelming, blue-collar Democratic county. Barack Obama won this by 28 points. Donald Trump comes along. He nearly wins the thing in 2016. Then Joe Biden, originally of Scranton, gets it back up to 8.5 points for Democrats in 2020. This is a key question tonight because the Trump people think if they're going to flip Pennsylvania, Northeast Pennsylvania, and this is the heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, is a key place where they think they're going to do it. Is Trump back to his 2016 level? Is he flipping Lackawanna County? That's where the Trump campaign wants to be. Are the Democrats holding the Biden number? That would be an extremely good sign for Democrats right there. Now we'll go over, moving to west here, to Michigan. Michigan, by the way, it was very slow in 2020, as you may recall. They have early in-person voting now for the first time. They also have pre-processing of mail-in ballots. That's a key thing. It's a technical term, but it means they're going to count things a lot faster, we think, in Michigan. So again, Biden won this by 2.5 points. There's a lot of places to look. We're going to talk a lot about Wayne County and Detroit, but I'm going to look immediately north of Wayne County for a test I'm going to be returning to throughout the night. Call it a tale of two counties. And those counties are right here. The red one is Macomb. This is the big blue-collar suburb. This is ancestrally the home of the famous Reagan Democrats. And this is Oakland County. This is the more upscale suburb, higher income, higher concentration of college degrees. Demographics here, these are the demographics that have been good to Democrats. The demographics here, these have been Trump-friendly. Now, here's the test we're going to be applying throughout the night. Take a look at this. In 2016, when Donald Trump won Michigan, the only Republican in 3 decades to pull that off, here's how these two counties went. Clinton won big by about 53,000 in Oakland. In Macomb, Trump won by 48,000. The key? Basically, Trump's Macomb number canceled out Clinton's Oakland number, and Trump won the state by about this much. 2020, look at this. Joe Biden ratcheted up that Oakland number. He almost doubled the Democratic support here, the percentage. 108,000. Meanwhile, Trump lost a little ground in Macomb. There was a 70,000 vote gap. If there's a gap like this, Democrats are feeling good. If Macomb is more balancing out Oakland, advantage Trump. We're going to be watching that one throughout the night. And then let's head to Wisconsin. We'll get to the Western stuff later, but we're just taking you through the East and the Midwest closings right now. Wisconsin, again, a lot of places we could look here, but the word I'm going to use, if this is a word, all night in Wisconsin is bow wow. And what I mean by that, we got the 3 counties in the sort of the Fox River area here.
There we go.
Brown County.
We got our map reset.
W.
We got a little bit of Kornacki here.
Oshkosh is. And then right here, the collar counties sort of around Milwaukee, 3 core Republican counties. That's Ozaukee County, that's Waukesha County, that's Washington County. Wow and bow. You got to go backwards to get the bow. But the importance here is these 2 collections of counties tell 2 stories that are going to be key to the outcome in Wisconsin. Let me just show you again. These are the bow counties, and what's happened in them, they're very demographically similar here. They've got the same sort of about 80-85% white, a lot of blue-collar white, the median income about at the statewide average in these places. In 2016, Trump brought the Republican number up. Because collectively in these counties, he got it up to 10 points. That was a big improvement for Republicans in 2020. He gave back some of that improvement. This dropped from 10 to 7. Given how narrowly perched Wisconsin is in terms of the result, this was a very significant drop in support for Trump. So the Trump campaign wants the bow number back at 10, wants the bow number higher than 10. They need that tonight. Now the wow number...
Yeah, well, Steve Kornacki goes on. So kind of here's how tonight's gonna go. So it's 6:17 Eastern here. Our next 2 big state drops. One will be at 7 at 7 Eastern. The other one will be at 7:30. But 7:30 is important because North Carolina closes at 7:30, and we should get an early idea of where North Carolina is going. As I talked about yesterday on the News Hour, if she can pick up North Carolina in the Sun Belt, she doesn't need Arizona and Nevada. And Arizona, she's probably not going to get, so that would be good. It will, if she doesn't get North Carolina, we know she has a problem in the Sun Belt. So that's quite difficult. And chat says we should look at some exit polls. Yes, let's do that. Let me get rid of the screen real fast while I bring up some exit polling data. Let's see. New York Times will be an excellent place to find that. And so let's see here. Do we have exit polling data for on the Times yet? No, we don't. All right, that's fine. I know where to find it. NBC News is helpful. All right. Let's see. Exit polls. Yes, I've heard exit polling is good. NBC is not going to have exit polls for 2 hours and 9 minutes, so we're going to save this page for later. We're still early in the night as of yet. And we'll go back to this. We're still early in the night. It's only 6:20 here. Most of the country has not closed as of yet. So we got to be in for the long haul. So I did want to tell everyone very excitedly that I did write up a bunch of trivia questions election trivia, state trivia, U.S. history trivia. So when we get bored, we can play, um, we can play a little bit of a game, um, and have some fun with all of that. So, um, yeah. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. So yeah, we're just kind of chilling, waiting um for things to come in. It has been a journey. I was doing a recap of the race last night on the NewsHour, and oh my goodness, it was a journey with, Biden out, Harris in, all the crazy things that Trump has said along the way, JD Vance, the conventions, the memes, the videos, all of this sort of thing. It's been nuts. I mean, there's really no other way to describe it. It's just been crazy. Um, no matter how you put it, and it's just I was telling someone right as I was walking in to the studio. I'm so glad we're almost done. And obviously, I am not excited about Mr. Trump winning, of course. But either way, we'll be out of this at least until the midterms, sort of thing. So, it's and we are, as I announced yesterday, we are probably going to be popping on to another show around 8:45 from my phone to talk election stuff. Um, so it's going to be, so that'll be fun to talk about how we'll have a better idea how things are going by that time. So yeah, I mean, oh, that's not good. I'm yawning already. That's not a good sign for tonight. More caffeine, is the moral of the story. Um, yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is I think there's a big delta between, um, between, what Trump says and what he can actually accomplish. Um, so I think, I think I think it's easy to jump into hyperbole and, and talk about, these situations and to, kind of say hyperbolic things and whatnot. I get that. But there's probably a big delta between what Trump says and what he will actually do or actually can do, or quite frankly, what people are willing to do. There is that as well. I think the biggest problem is, um, Trump's not going to, there's not going to be anyone to sort of pull Trump away from his worst impulses like there was the first time. And I think that's been the big warning, from a lot of former Trump people and all this type of thing, is that, yeah, we were there the last time to kind of stop some of the worst stuff. That's not going to be the case this time. And that, gives everyone a great deal of pause in terms of wondering, well, what is that going to mean in practical terms? What is he going to do? All this type of thing. I mean, I certainly get concerned when he talks about, locking up journalists who don't agree with him or who don't toe his line or all this type of thing. He, wants us to participate in his own really weird view of the world. Oh, no, that's true. Two more Supreme Court picks definitely changes the game in not a fun way. Even if Trump doesn't do anything too insane, Yeah, getting 2 more Supreme Court picks basically locks up the judiciary, at least the Supreme Court part of the judiciary, for the conservative cause for at least 25 to 30 years, which really, really sucks. And it will take, a lot of deaths and retirements and several Democrat presidents to fix that problem. And let's not remember, he got a .3 the last time. And because, of deaths and people not retiring when they probably should have, and all this type of thing. I mean, yeah. I mean, what a mess. I mean, there's lots of, and yes, the Supreme Court is definitely an issue. I think, from an international relations perspective, his anemic attitude towards NATO and the U.S. led post World War II liberal order that has benefited this country in innumerable ways. Um, is also a concern as well. There's a lot of, people that are kind of like, no wars, Trump had no wars. Well, it's not like Biden called up Putin and asked him to invade Ukraine. I mean, they're acting like these present conflicts are somehow the Biden administration's fault, forgetting that it was Trump that tried to blackmail Ukraine into opening an investigation of Joe Biden to get him to not run for president. People always forget this stuff. I don't know why. It's it's very difficult. It's very difficult. So, picking a justice during an election year, yeah. Yeah, the way Mitch McConnell arranged that in 2015 was quite entertaining. Yeah, actually, what's really interesting that a lot of people don't know about the Biden administration, and I really only just found out about this the other day, is the Biden administration has basically ended drone warfare. Like, there have been no major drone strikes under Biden. He really has pulled back from that type of engagement, which I think is very interesting. Um, and I think is, probably a good thing long term. Obviously, I don't think either Harris or Trump will continue that trend. But yeah, I was reading how Biden has really stepped away from the drone stuff, which is funny because Obama was the one that started that, because that's about the time that technology came along, and Obama did love himself a drone strike, and Biden has not continued that. So I think that's very interesting sort of thing. I think one of the issues, and Democrats have this problem over and over and over again, is not messaging stuff like that, not talking about that sort of stuff that really matters and really moves the needle. Um, and I think is very important for people to see and understand, and kind of, keep talking about yeah, okay, this is terrible conflicts, but here's where we're doing better. Here's where we've changed, all this sort of thing. And I think that stuff, messaging that more, getting that out to surrogates more, all that type of thing is something Democrats continue year after year. They never message the stuff that's really important. A lot of it's behind the scenes. And the Biden administration has been the worst. A lot of really interesting and great things have happened under Biden, but it's all been very behind the scenes. They've sort of hesitated to um really message a lot of stuff, and I think that's not good, because I think the problem is that you end up with a situation where the right wing um and right wing news media ends up framing every discussion, and it puts Democrats forever on the defensive. Okay, so we have a round of poll closings at 7:30. Big one at 8 o'clock. A lot of the East Coast is closing by 8 o'clock, so that's good to know. We'll be hanging on until then. Um, so yeah, so we have a half hour before things really heat up. Oh, I don't want to do that. Hang on. Wrong view. Let's go grab a trivia question. Here's a good one. I'll paste it in the chat. So the question is, if Trump wins, he would be only the second president to serve non-consecutive terms. Who was the first to do it? This one is a history nerds question. I don't know if we have a big enough chat yet for people to really get into it. But Kornacki's talking about Georgia. Oh no, they're in break. He's just getting ready to talk about Georgia. No, I know. I might have saved that one for later. But the answer will surprise you. And there's actually an interesting story behind it. But if Trump wins, he would only be the second president to serve non-consecutive terms. Who was the first to do it? Oh. It's okay. The night is young. The answer is Grover Cleveland. So in the 1880s, Grover Cleveland loses, I think it's the election of 1882 to Harrison. And then, no, it was the election of 1884 to Harrison, because then he won re-election in 1888. So, he's one of our big bearded presidents. But he was very well known for his fashion. He was a snappy dresser. And he was the only president to ever be married in the White House. So, that's... Grover Cleveland is great. I have some easier ones coming up, but... Kornacki's not doing anything. Let's see. What's CBS talking about?
She fits more what I'm looking for into a leader.
She would make history if she wins. This would make history for the world.
Harris herself hasn't talked much about the historic potential of her bid.
Honestly, I've just been so focused on the task in front of me.
But she did nod to it this morning in an interview with a black radio station in Atlanta.
To go back tonight to Howard University, my beloved alma mater, and be able to hopefully, recognize this day for what it is really, it's full circle for me.
Harris added in that interview that the first office she ever ran for was freshman class representative here at Howard University, and she won. 42 years later, she is waiting to see if she will be the one to crack that highest, hardest glass ceiling. Nora?
And Nancy, let me ask you about those exit polls that just came out. They show that roughly 7 in 10 voters are dissatisfied or angry about the way things are going. That usually hurts the incumbent party. In this case, that's the Biden-Harris administration. So what is the one data point tonight that the Harris campaign is pointing to that makes them optimistic?
Well, Nora, they're very excited about the enthusiasm that they're seeing on college campuses today. They point to Lehigh University, for example, in battleground Pennsylvania, where the lines to vote were 4 and 5 hours long. Campaign surrogates actually had to go to Lehigh to encourage those students to stay in line, and young people tend to vote Democratic.
Nancy Cordes at Howard University. Thank you, Nancy. Let's turn now to Florida, where Donald Trump will watch results come in. He returned to the Sunshine State in the early hours of the morning after campaigning in 3 battleground states yesterday. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns joins us now from West Palm Beach. And good evening, Caitlin.
Some news from Twitter. Let's shut up CBS for a hot minute. News from Twitter. So, I wanted to read that. So it says here, Harris campaign reports they're seeing high Puerto Rican turnout in Philadelphia, college student enthusiasm, 7-hour-long lines at Lehigh University in Maryland. Florida, turnout high among Republicans. North Carolina, rural Republican turnout is lower, while high turnout in Durham. It says rural turnout in North Carolina is above 2020. Let's see. Oh, I am enjoying all the people freaking out on Twitter about how we've always had same-day results for the election, and now we don't, and that means this cheating. No, that's never been true. Here's the thing. In years past, especially before 2016, we had a situation where the news media would call states for candidates based upon how many votes were left. And the criteria for most networks was as follows. If the percentage of a candidate winning is higher than the votes remaining, then the person was going to go on to win that state because the candidate behind didn't have enough votes left to catch up. That was the criteria. However, in reality, as someone who is the child of someone who was an election worker, it actually takes about a week. It actually does take a lot of time, especially when you have ballots that need curing, mail-in ballots, military ballots, all this type of thing. You have different laws of what can be counted when. So although it seemed like we had same-day results for years and years, we actually didn't. Most states, certification happens a week later when the state secretary of state gets all the results in from all the counties and districts and then signs off on the results, and then a panel of electors is chosen for president. So it actually has always taken time. It's just now more people are aware that it's taking time than, than people have noticed in the past, sort of thing. And so it's a very stupid and ignorant thing, but it's been all over Twitter today. Like, it's like, we've always known the same day. It's like, no, you've had the news media pretend to know, and now reality is setting in. And it actually really does take about a week, because especially when you have the levels of turnout that we've had the last couple cycles. I mean, let's not forget, in 2020, there were 84 million votes cast. I mean, we're starting to, hitting these incredible turnout levels, and that means it takes a lot longer to count through all the ballots. Also, and here's the other thing people forget, the voting system nationwide is not uniform. The Constitution expressly empowers the states to decide time, place, and manner of elections, all this sort of thing, and that means different states have different rules and different abilities to count votes in a certain amount of time. Bush v. Gore took over a week. Actually, Bush v. Gore took almost a month. The Bush versus United States case was decided in early December, and that's when they decided to quit counting votes in Broward County, and take the last count that they had, rather than an actual count. It took a long time, but the point is, it took a long time. Like, it was not a fast thing, and the reality is, it did take forever, and the reality is that it's always taken a long time. It's just that the news media has made it seem like it doesn't take a long time, and and now the election boards are being more honest about how long it actually takes to tabulate everything. So speaking of that, this just in uh, from Milwaukee in Wisconsin. It says here just before 2 p.m., an election observer noticed a panel on tabulators in Milwaukee's central count weren't properly closed. The panel that wasn't closed contains tabulators on-off switches. They were supposed to have been locked in the morning. After discovering the issue, Milwaukee election chief Paulina Gutierrez went from tabulator to tabulator with representatives from both parties to close back those panels. If it would be tampered with, it would completely turn off. That'd be very evident. I don't think it was tampered with. I think it was just a mistake, Milwaukee County GOP Chair Hilario De Leon told me. Then it says here, Milwaukee is going to recount every absentee ballot that had been counted because of this issue. They had already tabulated 30,000 ballots. The count will go very late. So, yeah. So that's, we're not going to get numbers out of Milwaukee for a while. That's, difficult. So, and that's gonna really, I think, screw with people, because Milwaukee, the way they count votes in Milwaukee is they have a central counting system and they dump the numbers all at once, which means Wisconsin will seem very Republican for most of the night. It will seem like Kamala's losing Wisconsin, but we won't really know until we get that new number from Milwaukee. And yeah, if they have to retabulate all of those, and they've been doing it all day, they could not have a number till late into the night. That's fun. And oh, yes, and Trump has tweeted, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming. UK exit polls. Bing bong, here's the Prime Minister. US exit polls. Is it better to be loved or feared? Give your answer to the nearest qubit. Oh, yes. Just released NBC News exit poll says top concern of American voters, 35%, is democracy. Oh, no, here's a good point. One of the big stories this afternoon that I was watching was the turnout in Nevada. It says here, turnout is literally too high for the GOP to win Nevada. If 84,000 people voted already in person in Clark County alone, Nevada's going to have like 1.5 to 1.6 million total ballots cast this year. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, that could be very helpful. I mean, if Nevada happens, that could be very helpful for the Harris campaign. Nevada is very helpful. Oh, this is a CNN segment here. The math doesn't work. The Democrats are down 1.7 million early votes in the battleground states and urban areas. They are down 1.4 million votes in the battleground states among women voters. Rural voters have outperformed early by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on election day. The margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states, Mark Lauder said. That's a very interesting idea. I've been on and off of Twitter all day. Oh, someone posted the Google search trend for the question, who is running for president? And yesterday at 10 a.m. it started to spike, and today it spiked a big deal, which is funny. Ah, the median voter. You gotta love the median voter. Oh, God. So apparently there's a high number of rejected ballots in Clark County in Nevada because young voters' signatures on their ballots don't match the ones on their driver's licenses. They're calling these voters to try to get them to come down and cure their ballot, but of course, them being young, they're not answering their phones. And people are like, try texting. Like, oh, here's an interesting number. The cavalry has arrived and it's female. 18.8 million have voted early in 7 swing states. 1,802,187 more women have voted than men. 54.9 to 45.1. The gender turnout gap is plus 13 in Pennsylvania, plus 12 in Georgia, plus 11 in North Carolina, plus 10 in Michigan, plus 7 in Wisconsin, plus 5 in Arizona, and plus 1 in Nevada. Let's see what CBS is up to.
For some students of color,
affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Your Holiness, what an honor. So wonderful to meet you.
What's it like to have a conversation with the Pope? You're about to find out.
When you look at the world, what gives you hope?
60 Minutes takes you inside the Vatican for a rare and extensive interview with Pope Francis.
Thank you very much.
I think we're very cute.
Yeah, I think we need to send out a Christmas card like this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. Dollar Jill.
If you can't get into the market, it's okay. Renting is fine.
I wonder how Serena is feeling.
That's a really good question. No one's asked me that yet.
You're 70 years old? 70, yeah. I'm 21.
We'll see you 7 o'clock sharp.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Need more time with 48 Hours? Go deep behind every true crime episode with first-hand accounts from 48 Hours investigations.
Were you at all prepared for what happened in this case?
Shock is the word that comes to mind.
Get inside the twists and turns and get in on the case. Listen to Postmortem from 48 Hours, now available wherever you get your podcasts.
Superstar approaching, superstar approaching.
Let's get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go down.
We watched battleground states. As we mentioned, Georgia polls close in just minutes, followed by North Carolina at 7:30 Eastern. Pennsylvania will start posting results at 8 p.m., followed by Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan at 9 p.m., and then Nevada at 10 p.m. And that brings us to the all-important numeric path to the White House, the winner of the presidential election. As we know, 270 electoral votes. Ed, I'm so glad you're here. So let's game this out, because Georgia and North Carolina, we could know pretty early in the night.
Both campaigns and state officials expect that by the end of the night, when most people in the East at least go to bed, yeah, we may know ultimately who won. Let's say, for the sake of argument, this is the map where both parties agree things stand. She has 226 electoral votes. He has 219 to start.
Yes, we are 7 minutes to the first round of polls closing on the East Coast. So we have a batch at 7. We'll have a batch at 7:30, and we'll have a big batch at 8 o'clock. So yeah, we're waiting 6 minutes for the first batch at 7.
Well, we may not know Pennsylvania for days, so let's put that back. So then what happens?
Let's say in the next few days, Arizona, he could get Arizona, and say ultimately that wouldn't be enough. So let's say things go his way in Wisconsin. That would be another way it could conceivably happen.
We are definitely keeping an eye on different things. They're extending poll hours in Cincinnati, Ohio, due to a bomb threat. Obviously, there's so many rumors flying around right now. It's constant.
And Michigan, and eventually, when all is said and done, Pennsylvania, that would get her to at least 270 electoral votes. That's the easiest way for her. Working his way up the I-95 corridor is the easiest way for Donald Trump. But as you know, nothing about this cycle has been easy.
And that's why we'll be here all night.
Exactly.
Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much, and we will be right back.
Oh, actually, I was just talking about that. So one of the things that I think people don't necessarily understand about elections is it's always taken a long time. We just weren't aware of it. So the methodology TV networks used to call races was they called it when the number of votes left was less than the number it would take to overtake the candidate leading. So if a candidate is ahead and there's not enough votes for the other candidate to catch up, then they would call the race for that candidate. That belied the fact it actually takes about 3 or 4 days to count all the votes, cure ballots, fix any administrative issues, all this type of thing. Most secretaries of state have deadlines to certify county and district elections anywhere between the 11th and the 15th. And so there's it actually does take a lot more time. I think states are being more honest, especially coming out of the pandemic, about how long it takes. As to technology and making things more efficient, well, technology is helpful. The problem is in a lot of states, absentee voting has become more common. Mail-in voting has become more common. There are states that vote entirely by mail, like Washington and Utah. And those ballots take more time to count because, one, they have to be taken out of their envelopes, taken out of their security envelopes, and then counted in a machine. And those are usually sometimes fed in by hand. I've done the ones where you feed in by hand. Other times they're put in a big stack and then they're fed in that way. In the case of Pennsylvania, they are not allowed to start counting ballots until today. So, that's why, and in Pennsylvania, they introduced mail-in voting for the first time in 2020. They finally have that system sort of perfected, and I think they're just being honest about all of that. The other factor as to why it takes much longer than it used to is turnout's a lot higher. If you look at turnout of 2016 and 2020 as compared to 2012 and 2008, we've basically increased the number of people voting by we basically doubled it, sort of thing. And so that means that, by the nature of the amount of votes, it takes more time to get those votes in. So a lot of people look at this stuff and be kind of like, oh, why does it take so long, all this type of thing? It's like, it's actually always taken that long. We're just being more honest about it. The news media has always sort of made it seem like we knew when it was actually really a projection. It wasn't, it's a projected to win. It's not this person has won, paperwork has been signed, done and dusted. So it's kind of a misconception about how elections work. It's actually nothing out of the ordinary. We're just more aware of it. But thank you for asking. That's the second time I've talked about that, but I'm sure I'm sure I will give that same speech a couple more times tonight for sure. Oh my goodness. CBS is doing ads. What's the Kornacki cam doing? They're doing ads and he's looking at Georgia because we have polls closing in a minute and a half. CNN, nothing of note. New York Times, nothing of note. They're counting in Indiana and Kentucky. And we're not going to get exit polling on NBC News for another hour. So we'll watch Steve Kornacki for a minute. And we'll wait another 90 seconds until we get our first set of results here at 7 o'clock. So, very exciting. So, it's the first of many countdowns we will have tonight. So, polls will close at 7 in a variety of states. We'll probably start to get, numbers probably around 7:15, 7:30, when also we get another batch of polls closing at 7:30. We do get another batch of polls closing at 8 o'clock, which is most of the East Coast, and also Central Time Zone, so that's a lot of the country. And then we'll start to get numbers out of them by 8:30, which will get us ready for 9 o'clock, which is some of the West Coast. So it's now now that we're here at 7 o'clock, things will start to move quickly. We should be starting to get results fairly regularly. All right, it is officially 7 o'clock. So we have poll closings in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. This is so true. Thank you, Wade, for saying this. This is very true. The slim margins from the last couple of elections definitely make every vote and counting all the votes matter. So, historical example, but for example, Bush only won Florida by 500 votes in 2000. That was highly unusual for the time. Now, for example, Trump won Wisconsin by 2,000 votes in 2016. It's very common now for these very narrow vote margins to really matter. You think of Pennsylvania in 2020, Arizona in 2020, which we didn't know for 2 weeks. Yes, it's this. I mean, when it's thousands of votes, counting every single vote, curing every single ballot matters a lot, and that also is a huge factor in why it's so important. Why it takes so long is sometimes we can't do a call and we can't do a projection because we actually need to, we need to know those last 500 military ballots that are sitting in a box that haven't been counted yet, or we need that one final county who's just updating their website and all this type of thing. Like, this is the situation. Like, I mean, it is so, the tight margins definitely make it when you start talking about electoral vote count and all this type of thing. Not knowing a state can throw off, can make it not able to determine a count. So yeah, so that this is the situation. So, and now we're doing the countdown to 8 o'clock 58 minutes from now, where we'll get a whole bunch of states. Everyone is saying it. I'll say it again. We are probably not getting numbers from Pennsylvania tonight. Like, let's just get used to that now. Their polls will close in an hour, but let's just get used to the fact we are not getting numbers from Pennsylvania tonight. Because they, by state law, couldn't start counting ballots until today. So, no need to worry about that. Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. Yes, I mean, the Puerto Rican turnout in Philadelphia has been quite robust. And that has been a very important, an important kind of aspect of things. Women are outperforming men in all the swing states. I was actually just going through some numbers on that from Twitter. And yes, and obviously the black voter turnout is going to matter, especially in swing states like North Carolina and Georgia. Is going to be very important. We'll also be very interested in Hispanic turnout in Arizona and Nevada. So, and we won't have numbers from them till 9-10 o'clock. So, yeah. Oh, we're getting numbers from Florida already. Fun times. Let's listen in.
County. This is a biggie just south of Orlando. Why am I flagging this? Because this is one of 3 Hispanic majority counties in Florida, and this county has the highest concentration of Puerto Rican Americans of any county in Florida. 1/3 of the population in Osceola County is of Puerto Rican descent. So obviously, given the events in the campaign trail, we were very interested to see what plays out here. Now, here's the backdrop for it. Donald Trump has actually been doing much better in this county than Republicans have done in the past. Donald Trump lost this by 25 when he first ran. Look at this in 2020. We talked about his Hispanic voter growth in 2020. A 25-point deficit became a 14-point loss. This was one of his biggest leaps in Florida. What you're looking at here is even closer right now with the vote that we're looking at in Osceola. Now take this one step further. What we get in Florida in these initial batches is the early vote. It's the vote by mail combined with the early in-person vote. Usually in Florida, this initial number, and it's 70% of the vote, is as good as it gets for a Democrat in any given county, because then they count the vote that was cast on Election Day. That's usually more Republican, and that actually increases the Republican share. So if that pattern holds, Donald Trump, in one of the most heavily Hispanic counties in Florida here, is poised to take another big step forward. And again, given the events of the last week, the fact that there's a large Puerto Rican population has made this of particular interest. We'll see, because there's the possibility here, these patterns we're used to where Republicans vote more on Election Day, maybe that blows up a little bit this year, but we're going to see. That's been the pattern. We wanted to keep an eye out for that county. Again, all eyes, though, on Georgia. I'm hoping to see some light up here. What they're doing in Georgia, just so you know, I said Florida is one of the quickest, most efficient vote counting states in the country. Of all the big states, it is the most efficient. What they're doing in Georgia is trying to replicate what they do in Florida. In Florida, the law is half an hour after poll close, all the early vote reported out. In Georgia, it's now 1 hour, all reported out. So you see how fast it starts coming in Florida. That's the aim of this law, that they're first time it's been in effect here. That's the aim of this law in Georgia tonight. Look, we're about 5 minutes past 7, nothing yet. But again, if it goes to plan, we're going to get a lot fast here.
All right, let's switch over to, let's see what CBS is doing. We'll mute the Kornacki. We'll switch over to CBS, see what they're
The race for
saying.
president has been incredibly close for weeks, and we may not know.
Nothing notable. Let's check. Let's see. All right, so CNN already has Florida leading Trump. Kentucky is called. We knew that. Indiana, they're not calling yet. Vermont, they called for Kamala Harris. So we're 3-8 so far. Let's see. We're not going to get national exit polls here for a minute. Let's refresh this page. Nope, not yet. And New York Times has us the same. And we're waiting for reports from New Hampshire, Georgia, and Florida. So, yeah, they've already called Indiana, which puts Trump at 19. I put Indiana on our map as well. This is the Cameron Journal map. We're very fancy this year. So yes, I've already marked down Indiana. So this is the state of the race so far based on the consensus of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tabs I have open talking about this, because you know how we do here. Let's see. Kornacki's not doing anything. CBS is still doing something. Let's listen in.
Is familiar things like Harris voters care about the state of democracy. Trump voters care about the state of the economy. That's expected, but there will be plenty of surprises. How could there not be in this race full of surprises where you have two candidates who should not be here? Kamala Harris, the understudy who's now at center stage. Donald Trump was agreed by the leaders of both parties, including his own party, to have done something historically disqualifying, which is to try to overthrow the vote of the winner of the presidential election, yet they're both here.
January 6th.
January 6th. So one finding that struck me in this early batch that is evolving, as I say, is how the voters feel about the election and what would happen. So we asked to Harris voters, if the election is won by Donald Trump, how would you feel? And the Harris voters said by 70% that they would be scared if Donald Trump won. And the Trump voters, by the high 50s, said they would be scared if Kamala Harris won. There we see the Trump number. 70% Harris voters, if Trump wins, feel they would be scared if Donald Trump won. Now we're looking at the Trump voters. What would they feel if Kamala Harris won? 58%. Thank you. My eyes have grown weary. 58% would be scared if Kamala Harris is elected. So that gives you a sense of the mood of the electorate. Now, I know you want to know about Georgia, and again, we have to be provisional here, but let's look at the race makeup of Georgia. One of the things we'll be looking at all night is, has the Democratic coalition stayed together? Has the Trump coalition stayed together? Black voters are a key part of the Democratic coalition. Here we have Kamala Harris's performance among black voters who are voting Democratic. You see she has 86%. Biden got 88%. The share of the vote is 30%. Black voters make up 30% of the vote in Georgia. That is the same share as in 2020. Donald Trump, which we don't see on the screen here, but Donald Trump is getting, at the moment with these evolving exit polls, he is getting 12% in 2024 of the black vote. He got 11 in 2020. So right now, the picture in Georgia, Kamala Harris doing a little worse than her predecessor, Donald Trump doing a little bit better, but hardly by enough in either case to give us the final picture of what's happening in Georgia.
Do we know about the gender makeup yet in Georgia?
We don't, unless they've got it back there, I don't think we
know yet. But that's going to be an important element, is the composite of the electorate tonight, right?
Next time we talk, we'll have gender composite of the nation, and also then in North Carolina, another key state. The reason it's important, of course, is because women tend to vote for the Democrat, Republicans tend to vote for the Republican. Men tend to vote for the Republicans, so if more women are participating in the election, that is sometimes better for the Democratic candidate.
No doubt. This is really interesting. I also think, having looked at so much, is that the data may only take us so far tonight, because it's who turns out at the polls. Robert Costa, I know you have been speaking with your sources. We did see Donald Trump with his wife, Melania, today voting, and he did take a number of questions. What are you hearing about how he's feeling?
Good to be with you, Nora. I've been speaking to my sources inside the Biden White House at the top ranks of the Harris campaign and the Trump campaign. Within the past hour, it's evident that former President Trump is feeling pretty good so far about the turnout. I spoke with former President Trump just before we came on air, and I asked him, how do you see this? I reminded him it's been 11 years since we first had a conversation in 2013 about him thinking about a White House run in 2016. And he said tonight, he's looking at the turnout, and he believes his base from 2016 and 2020 is showing up. He knows that many Democrats believe some traditional Republicans are coming across.
It definitely was, and it was raucous because not only did we have
he's putting himself in a position. He said,
not only in Georgia did we have a contentious presidential race sort of thing, but we also had that contentious double Senate run that ended up in a runoff as well. So, yeah, there was a lot of eyes on Georgia in 2020. Yes, in fact, that is, yeah, so the fact that Trump's, so I'm not surprised that Trump is doing better with black voters. In 2020, he increased his vote share, excuse me, in every demographic but white men. So I anticipated further increases, this cycle, as well. And we did know that Georgia was close because of Trump's infamous, I need 11,000 votes, sort of thing. And so, yeah, I mean, 1% of the black vote moving over, as he was talking about, 1% of the black vote moving over to Trump and Kamala Harris underperforming Biden in Georgia definitely matters. And especially with a race as close as that, could definitely matter. But here's the other thing to remember that's kind of different from 4 years ago. A lot of the Gen Z kids, half their generation was still ineligible to vote in 2020. That now their entire generation is available to vote. So we're seeing a big influx of young voters. And I was reading from Twitter earlier that there had been that youth vote turnout has been quite high. There's college students driving hours and hours to go vote, all this type of thing. And so I think that if the young vote breaks towards Kamala in Georgia, it could wipe out the movement of the black vote to Trump. That's a potentiality. We don't have numbers for that yet, but as we start to get data, we'll see if that is a factor or not.
Election day, when you look at a state like Pennsylvania, we did see more Democrats voting there than Republicans. But then you go to the battleground in Arizona, it's the inverse. Yeah. So it's too early to say that even the gender trend means much. We do, to what Costa was just laying out there in that excellent reporting, there's so much that we're tracking tonight, even apart from the presidency. It's going to be the control of Congress, whether they green light or put the brakes on all those things these candidates have been promising.
But as we're looking for all these
Thanks so
little
much for
nuggets
watching.
of
We'll see you in a little bit.
some trying to read the tea leaves about what may happen tonight. Pennsylvania, you were talking about the early vote there. Mm-hmm. We did see the Democrats voted in large numbers in the early vote that may have banked hundreds of thousands of early votes, which would be a good sign for Kamala Harris. However, Republicans then show up on Election Day, and they could take back that vote, right?
That is the historic trend, make up that deficit. And as we know with Pennsylvania, it's a little different than other states. They can't really start counting until day of Election Day. So there are a lot of factors that you have to take into account when it comes to that state. And it's 19 electoral votes, the most of any battleground. It's such a huge prize to win. And for Vice President Harris to win, she's got to turn out those low propensity voters, the college kids, Nora, those that are hard to count, and the young voters.
And some new information on that. We are hearing that there has been a 7-hour wait at a polling place near Lehigh University. So there's a request to extend the voting there. That means young people, apparently long lines waiting to vote. That's certainly the Democratic Party was trying to turn out that Gen Z, that younger vote. So we're going to find out more about that and bring that to everybody.
And also, young men, and so key in this as well for the Trump campaign, for those under 30.
Excellent point. We want to check in now with our teams at the two campaign headquarters. Let's start with Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes with the Vice President at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Nancy, what are you hearing?
Nora, I've been talking to top campaign officials, and they all continue to say that they're feeling good right now. They keep pointing to early results from Indiana, because that's one of the first states to report, where they say in suburban areas, former President Trump is doing a lot worse than he did 4 years ago. And they are pointing to that as a sign of strength for the vice president in the suburbs, everywhere. On college campuses, they say they're very pleased with the Puerto Rican turnout in Pennsylvania. They're not here at Howard University right now. They are set up in boiler rooms.
CNN is soft blue on Georgia, soft blue on South Carolina. What's happening in South Carolina? Oh, they have almost no votes. Never mind. Georgia, we have a good vote jump from Georgia. Kamala Harris is a little bit ahead by about 2 points. Let's update our map. Democrat, Georgia, light blue.
And how quickly the results come in, and of course, what Donald Trump does, which is always a wild card.
Let's see.
Nancy Cortez, thank you.
Oh, they have Virginia as lean Republican. Donald Trump's ahead there slightly by a few votes. Let's update our map.
Hey, good evening, Nora. Good evening, everyone. Donald Trump is just a few miles away from here at Mar-a-Lago, taking in the early returns with some friends and allies, including the sometime world's richest man, Elon Musk. As for this room, there's an invite-only crowd of Trump faithful.
But there's very little vote in Virginia. That could shift easily. Same thing with this number here in North Carolina. So few votes. Not but 250. So few votes in South Carolina. We need better numbers from South Carolina. We have some nice numbers from Georgia. Those Georgia numbers are believable. Florida jumps ahead in Florida. No surprise there. Let's update our map. Republican. We'll do light Florida.
One of the worries, some reporting from our CBS colleagues, is that he may come out early, declare victory, do so before millions of votes are cast, and if that's the case, Nora, well, we're in a world
new vote dump from Georgia has Trump ahead. Oh, by about 4,000 votes. South Carolina pulling ahead, but still so few votes. New Hampshire, Kamala Harris is ahead. We'll update our map.
That may change things. All right, Tony DeCopel there in West Palm Beach. Thank you. Also with us here, 60 Minutes correspondent Cecilia Vega. And Cecilia, I know you've been out on the campaign and doing a lot of incredible reporting on Sunday nights. And, you know, it's interesting as we go into this evening, the tone and tenor of the campaign, and especially how Donald Trump ended his campaign last night.
We've all covered a lot of campaigns in this room, and I was just, as Bob was talking, doing the math, I think I've been covering Trump now for going on a decade, dare I say. I have never heard his messaging as dark as it has been in recent weeks. You mentioned last night. We also, Tony just mentioned today, we saw the former president cast his ballot there in Florida, where he falsely claimed yet again fraud in 2020. And he talked again with lies about criminal migrants, he said, pouring through our border. That is just factually untrue. But it's important that we talk about what he has done with race in this campaign since the very beginning, because it's really been unlike anything we have seen in modern political history. He has suggested that migrants have bad genes, that they are poisoning the blood of our country. What this is, though, Nora, and we've been talking about this and we'll continue to talk about this tonight, there's a very clear strategy with Donald Trump, having covered him for so long.
Kornacki's talking Georgia. Let's see what Kornacki's talking about in Georgia.
Embraced early voting, especially in Georgia, just based on the numbers we were seeing from the early vote process. So look at all the early vote that came in from Union, very different from 4 years ago. And again, if the remaining 15% or so from Union is more Republican than what's come out, Trump could be hitting that number from 2020. Again, it's not close here, but every one of these counties, they add up. Trump wants to be maintaining the number he got in 2020, because if you multiply this, there's dozens of counties like this around the state. And if Trump's losing a point or two in all of them, that does start to add up statewide. So that's what we're going to be looking for in North Georgia. Sorry, I didn't mean to get out of the state there. Okay, with Gwinnett. Let's see what's happening in Gwinnett. This is over 1 million people in Gwinnett. This is like the most racially, ethnically diverse county in Georgia, one of them most in the country. Okay, it's only 1,000 votes. I thought I was setting up for a lot more there. But this is what I mean about it coming in incrementally. So sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big one to keep an eye on tonight. Fulton is the biggest in this area. Gwinnett is right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic, a quarter Hispanic, a quarter black, about 15% Asian American, very diverse, growing Democratic. So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in, and I'll give a shout if we got some more. I'm just clicking. Here you go.
Let's see what CBS is saying.
Some people that said, I'm not going to make up my mind until I get into the booth today. Pennsylvania had early voting of 25%, so 75% of Pennsylvania voters were planning to vote today. But I was struck by one guy, Eric, who said, I don't like the Republican candidate, but I like the Republican policies.
Yeah.
I like the Democratic candidate, but I don't like the Democratic policies. So that may also explain why there's such
Welcome to the
difference there.
broadcast.
And then the woman that really got to me was Peaches, who was a bartender, mid-40s, black woman, who said, I'm not voting for either one of them. They haven't deserved my vote. And I said, how can you feel this way mid-40s in this country? But she said, I want her to win. How can she win if you're not going to go and vote?
Yeah.
That kind of thing always throws me, Nora.
And that certainly exists, although the numbers suggest today we may have a record night for all in terms of polling. And I know we're going to be speaking with David Becker about that shortly, because it looks like huge numbers turning out, not only that early vote that Margaret talked about, but today as well. And David, why don't I throw that to you? What are you hearing about in terms of the numbers today? I know you heard a lot about Georgia, too.
Right. I've been talking to election officials all over the country, and particularly in the states of Georgia and Michigan. I think it's very clear they're going to hit a record turnout. Georgia had just a shade over 5 million votes in 2020. It's going to be probably 5.1, maybe even getting close to 5.2 million in 2024. And remember, about 80% of that vote is already in there through early votes. Nationwide, about 85 million early votes. So we could be approaching that nearly 160 million turnout number that we had in 2020 this year in 2024.
Thank you, David. And when we come back, the polls close in 3 more states, including the key battleground state of North Carolina, then Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. You're watching CBS News Election 2024. America decides.
Yeah, we have 6 minutes till we get Ohio, West Virginia, and North Carolina.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why? You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis? You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean? Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
Oh, yeah. So it says here that although they've already called Indiana for Trump, Harris is running 3 to 5% ahead of Biden in 2020. In rural Allen County, for example, Trump won by 11 points in 2020. Tonight, Trump is winning the bright red county by 4. I would be concerned. Let's check the maps. Ah, there we go. Getting better numbers out of Virginia. Virginia's getting bluer. No surprise there. Let's update our map. South Carolina. Ah, better numbers out of South Carolina now. Trump ahead. No surprise there. Georgia, we have 8% of the vote in, and Trump is ahead by a quite good margin. A little under 7% or so. Yep, our map is still accurate. Polls in North Carolina have just closed at 7:30. Also, Ohio and West Virginia. So then when Kornacki comes back from break, we should probably be getting fresh numbers. Let's see what CBS is doing.
In West Virginia, CBS News projects Donald Trump wins. The former president won the state in 2020 easily, winning every county in the states, and he has won again this year. In Ohio, CBS News characterizes Ohio as lean Republican. Remember, Ohio was once a battleground, but it has shifted right over the last few election cycles. Now let's take a look at Indiana. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the Hoosier state. Remember, that was home to his Vice President Mike Pence. And in the all-important race to 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump currently has 23, and Kamala Harris has 3. As you can see, the night is young. Want to check in with Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the CBS News data desk, because as those votes come in, want to know what you're seeing in Georgia.
Hey there, Nora. So just a handful of votes, 8% in. We expect obviously over 5 million here, and you can see on the map the counties in red are starting to report, but a lot of gray. That means we haven't gotten reports yet. I want to tell everybody why it's going to need
Florida.
some patience tonight.
There's about 60% of the vote in Florida. There's a nice,
presidential race in Georgia,
8% gap, about 250,000 votes, as anticipated. I never thought Florida was in play.
And you see a similar pattern, right?
I don't understand why people thought Florida was in play. It seems so strange to me.
So it's kind of deja vu all over again. But what happens was when we get to the end, then we fill in the whole map and we find out who won. So we're going to need some patience there in Georgia. Now, I'm going to take you to North Carolina, where we're going to start getting results in soon. But again,
yes,
Major's
going
to show you here why we're also going to compare this to 2020. Major?
That's right. So in North Carolina, there's some very vital areas for President Trump. All of these suburbs around Charlotte.
Welcome to the broadcast. Thank you so much for watching.
All very important. High concentrations of exurban and suburban voters where he did very well in 2020. To contrast that, I want to show you what's very important to Vice President Harris's campaign. Raleigh, Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Charlotte. High concentrations of urban and suburban voters. All four of those areas have seen a population gain since 2020. Much of North Carolina's outcome will be determined right around those four cities and the surrounding suburbs.
In fact, I'm going to tilt this on its axis too, and you're going to see those higher bars where that population growth has happened and where Democrats need to run up big margins.
Really interesting to see those early numbers. We'll be watching very, very closely. Anthony and Major, thank you. I want to turn now to John Dickerson because I understand you're getting some new exit poll data from North Carolina since the polls just closed there.
I am. First, your question of late deciding voters. You were saying the Harris campaign was saying they're seeing some late deciding voters participating. Well, that is happening in North Carolina. If we look at the exit polls from North Carolina and ask, when did you decide in the last week? Kamala Harris is leading over Donald Trump 58 to 37. So there's late breaking voters. It is happening in North Carolina, but caveat, only at 5% of the vote. Based on the exit polls. So it may not be a gargantuan group, but tight margins, that might be enough. I also just want to show you very quickly the gender distribution.
Oh, they have a little bit of vote from North Carolina.
Split, 53% women, 48% men. Well, in North Carolina, we can actually
Donald
go
Trump's leading in Virginia again.
And see
3% of the vote in. We'll need to see more before that number gets sticky, but let's update our map.
The women represent 52% of the electorate, men 48% of the electorate. Kamala Harris is winning with women 55% to 43, Donald Trump 57 to 42. So that's the emerging gender picture inside North Carolina at the moment.
And that is a 27-point gender gap there in North Carolina with these early numbers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And just for national reminder, the largest gender gap nationally was in the Clinton race against Donald Trump. That was 24 points. So a gender gap of 27 in North Carolina is larger than the national gender gap in 2016.
It could be one of the big storylines we are covering tonight. And Celia, I understand you're hearing some other information about North Carolina.
Well, we're just following some polling before this. We expect to get a more detailed breakthrough on North Carolina soon on Latinos, but this is a voting bloc. The Latino voting bloc is one that we are particularly interested tonight because of their significance in this election and how tight the races are in these battleground states. In North Carolina, 24% of Latinos are voting for the first time there. Democrats say that that is the bloc that they care the most about. They call them the ghost electorate because nobody knows how they're going to go. We are talking about voters particularly who were born in this country for the most part, that perhaps their allegiances to Democratic politics are not what their parents were. And so you may start to see Donald Trump chip into some of that bloc that traditionally has been for Democrats leaning towards him. We are seeing that in the national
friendly on the whole than the same day vote. We're going to see if that's how it plays out. But as we get big batches in these counties, we're looking at that pattern here where perhaps the Democrats do their best and then Trump with the election day vote is trying to come back. Just give you a sense here on the political geography of the state we're going to be following tonight. A couple things to keep in mind. There are some big core Democratic vote producing areas where the name of the game for the Democrats is to run up the score. This I just mentioned is one of them. It's basically the triangle. You know, you get state capital there, University of North Carolina in Orange County, Durham here, Duke University is there, large black population, also a large the white population there, a lot of concentration of college degrees. Democrats run up massive margins there. We're going to look at Mecklenburg County.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why there are undecided voters so this close.
Votes just
but I also know every cycle it's the same thing where people, sometimes don't decide until they sit down and finally have to fill out a ballot or go stand in line or whatever have you. People are weird. It's humanity. They're weird.
Two blue counties out in the mountains. It's the much bigger one, and Democrats actually depend on a pretty big plurality out of Asheville. There wasn't much indication in the early vote. There was a lot of talk about, whether Helene was going to drive down turnout. We didn't really see that in the early vote. We want to see if that matches up with the same day vote, but that's another place Democrats are depending on there for their votes. They're also going to depend on it here, Cumberland County. County, where Fayetteville is. So core Democratic areas. And we're also tonight going to be looking sort of in the eastern part of North Carolina. This could be key. These are a lot of rural counties and smaller counties that have substantial black populations. And these are counties, a lot of these Barack Obama either won in 2008 when he became the last Democrat to carry North Carolina, or he came close to winning. And since then, the numbers have come way down for Democrats. They think they can get the turnout up here this year. We're going to be paying attention to those counties as they come in. But again, statewide right now in North Carolina, very early. That's what you see with just over 100,000 votes. And we'll just check back in on Georgia, and we are still about where we left off there.
Oh, yeah. Let's go, while we're waiting for presidential, let's go check out the Senate map. Now, the Senate map is interesting because, Republicans are trying to pick up 2 seats, and Democrats are defending a lot. So obviously this race here is for Joe Manchin's seat in West Virginia. That's a Republican pickup. Here in Ohio, so far we have the Republican leading. That could be a pickup, but we don't have enough vote yet. Florida, with Rick Scott, we have a lot of vote in Florida, 62%, and he is handily running away from it with 1 million votes. So that's a defend. This is a year that is a favorable Senate map for Republicans. I'm not quite sure why. Well, yeah, we don't have anything from. So all the states in gray are ones who do not have anyone coming in. All the rest of these definitely do. So, and we're not going to know some of these for a while because polls haven't closed yet. But Democrats are defending a lot of seats. And Republicans really only looking for 2 to pick up the majority. So, we just had, so we don't, the states that we had just closed, there's not any Senate seats going, so we're really waiting on the Northeast. And we'll get new polls closed for them in about 15 minutes. 17 minutes and 6 seconds, to be exact.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to
While they're doing that, let's check out the House. So, let's see. So the entire House is up for re-election. And so far, yeah, we're getting a smattering here. I don't see, oh, there's the count. So, it's 218 for a majority. Right now we have 7 Democrat races called. Republicans are increasing, but we're still getting votes out of South Carolina. We're still getting everything in Florida. A lot of Florida's in. We're getting counts out of Ohio, West Virginia, getting counts out of Vermont and New Hampshire. So, and finally getting some counts in the House of North Carolina. So, we'll keep an eye on the House. Senate races. Any updates here? No. Same as before. Oh, and they've called Vermont for Bernie Sanders. No surprise there. He is beloved. It says Ukraine to the Harris campaign. Philadelphia turnout continues to look strong. As of 5:30 p.m., we have exceeded 2016 raw turnout and overperforming our internal turnout expectations based on crowdsourced data. 5 p.m. in 3 Philadelphia wards with high densities of Puerto Rican voters. Crowdsourced turnout numbers indicate that total election day and vote by mail turnout has already reached 100% of 2020 turnout. That is good news. It says here Harris is up 65 to 33 in Douglas County with 70% of the vote in. This is one of those blue counties surrounding Atlanta, critical to Biden's 20 victory. Harris is so far outperforming Biden here by 7+ points. That's good news. Let's check the map. More vote in, 13%. Trump is still leading. New York Times is not updating their map yet. Exit polling data in 40 minutes. South Carolina, no surprises there. Georgia, no surprises there. Florida, moving ahead. Oh, they have, with 6% of the vote, they have her ahead in Ohio by 30,000 votes. That'll change. But we'll update our map because it's fun. Let's do it. Let's see. Oh, CBS is doing something. Let's see what they're doing.
It's going to be good. It's going to be on par. But the other thing the vice president said, Gail, that I think is very important is we don't automatically get black male vote. We have to go earn it just like we earn every other vote. And so I think that her putting out an agenda for black males and how she would focus on entrepreneurship and all of those things that would allow them to be the successful entrepreneurs and community leaders that they want to be was very impactful and very successful.
Yeah, I like the point you're making there. Black voters are not monolithic. You know, there's a wide variety to the black voter. That said, do you think she should have put out that opportunity agenda a little earlier? Would that have made a difference in the conversation?
No, actually, I think she put it out at the right time. And black men were clamoring for it. They wanted to know what she would do. In fact, they wanted to know what both candidates would do. And if you go back, Donald Trump said, oh, I'm a convicted felon, so black men will vote for me. Oh, I'm putting out gold tennis shoes, so black men will vote for me. And what she answered with is, let me talk about education, entrepreneurship. Let me talk about home ownership. Let me talk about wealth creation. Let me talk about those things. And I think that it was the right time, the right agenda. And I think African-American men were paying close attention to what both candidates were offering. And so I think that she met that moment.
Mm-hmm. Right. Cedric Richmond, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me again.
And want to give equal time now to Republican National Committee Chair Michael Whatley. He is with us from Trump headquarters in Florida. And Michael, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. What are your internal numbers showing?
We really like what we're seeing right now in places all across the South, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, feeling very comfortable about what we're seeing there on the ground. We also are very excited about what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. The president is in a very good place based on what we saw with early voting, with absentee voting, for us to have a great day today. Right now, we are continuing to work very aggressively to get every last vote out. We are also working very hard to make sure that we are in place with our observers, our election integrity program. Every time a vote is cast or counted, we're ensuring that we're in the room.
And Michael, let me ask you about turnout. I know that those within the campaign are sending out messages to get men to go to the polls after work. Are you concerned about male turnout?
No, I think what we're doing is just making sure that we're doing everything we can to get every last voter out. We know that this is going to be a tight election. Every election is a tight election. These are battleground states. We call them battlegrounds for a reason, and we want to do everything we can all the way through the tape to get everybody out.
And Michael, finally, those late deciders, John Dickerson was looking inside the exit poll data, which suggests in North Carolina they are breaking toward the vice president. Is that worrying to you?
What we're seeing right now is that North Carolina, we had the first time ever that the Republicans won the early vote absentee vote. We have a lead going into Election Day. There is very few undecided voters at this point in time, The turnout has been great all across the state, and we feel cautiously optimistic we're going to have a great result in North Carolina.
Well, Michael Watley, keep us posted. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And when we come back, the biggest poll closing time of the entire night, 6.
Yeah, we are a few minutes away from... Wow, that number in Ohio is not moving. She is ahead in Ohio by about 150,000 votes. 15% in. That's, I mean, that's still not a lot of vote, but that's still quite impressive. Virginia pulling ahead. North Carolina pulling ahead, but not enough vote to really matter. Virginia 28%. That's interesting. Georgia is not so good. We have 19% of the vote, but I think according to the Kornacki cam, we have not gotten vote dumps from all of Savannah and all of Atlanta yet. So that's why we still have that here. What's the Times saying? The Times is still not calling anything yet. CNN is ahead of the Times, but this is a live update map, so it changes. It's different. But let's, our map is still pretty accurate right now, so that's good. We are coming up on the big close of the night at 8 o'clock. A lot of states close at 8. So at 8 o'clock, we're going to get all of the Northeast, including Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland. All of the Northeast will also start getting some of the Midwest. Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan. So we'll pretty much have everything here. Everything sort of east of here closed in the next 5 minutes. So it'll start to get interesting with going through what states report in when and what states are already counting and all this type of thing. It's about to get interesting. Let's see, 75% of the vote in Florida, and he's ahead by 10 points in Florida. Let's check Senate map. So let's see. Ohio, Sherrod Brown is still ahead. Good. Tim Kaine is still ahead. We're still waiting on other states to close. And Rick Scott is ahead in Florida meaningfully. But we're still waiting on a bunch of other states to close. So the Texas Senate race is going to be interesting. We'll get numbers of Texas at 9 o'clock. Texas Senate will be interesting. Montana Senate will be interesting. John Tester has been having a hard time up there. New York Senate will probably be uneventful. Pennsylvania Senate could be interesting. Michigan will be interesting. Wisconsin won't be interesting. Minnesota won't be interesting. And Tennessee won't be interesting. Neither will Mississippi. Arizona will be interesting. Carrie Lake has been running and she was polling behind. So, New Mexico won't be interesting, Utah won't be interesting, and Nevada may be interesting. And Washington won't be interesting. And we won't know Washington until 10, 11 o'clock. Let's check the House. Some updates. A few more Democrats, still a lot of Republicans. Still working on a lot of Ohio. Still working on some of Georgia. We still do not have Escambia County in Florida. Interesting. All right.
ballots than they did in 2020 because we are not in a worldwide pandemic.
Rita, there's also a Senate race we're watching in Pennsylvania. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is a pretty critical Senate race because, again, the margin is so small, and this could determine who controls the Senate. It is between Democrat incumbent Senator Bob Casey and Republican challenger Dave McCormick, who is a businessman and who served in the Trump administration. What's really interesting here, Lindsay, is that Casey previously was a pro-life Democrat, but for the first time, he is promising to try to reinstall Roe v. Wade. So we'll see how that plays out because McCormick is calling him out for that.
Rita, thank you so much. You're watching America.
Oh, 1 minute till we get next set of poll closures.
National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful
Now is a good
voices.
time to play. Let me mute that real quick. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Now's a great time to do another fun state trivia question in the last minute lead up to the next set of poll closures. And the next trivia question is as follows. What state was the first state to ratify the U.S. Constitution? Oh, my closet is open. That's a problem. The question as we get the 8 o'clock poll closures, what state was the first state to ratify the U.S. Constitution? If you think hard, the answer will come to you, especially if you're one of my friends, because I live there. It's right on my license plate. It says the first state. What state was the first to ratify the U.S. Constitution? Think, think, think. Ha 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 ha! We have a winner! That is correct, my friend. Delaware was the first state to ratify the U.S. Constitution, and it says the first state right on my license plate to remind everyone that it was the first state to ratify the Constitution. Very, very good. Let's see. We're waiting on 8 o'clock poll closures. Let's see. Oh, big developments on the CNN map. Let's see. They're calling Florida for Trump. Let's update the map. Let's see. We have Maryland, D.C., Massachusetts, Vermont for Harris. Maryland. Nope, wrong party. Maryland, D.C. What else do they have? Massachusetts. All for Harris so far. And for some reason, they have Harris up in Texas by 100,000 votes. We'll say it's a soft blue for now. That number's going to change. Don't get hopeful. Although, if she wins in Texas, it's over for Trump. But let's check the map again. And, yeah. Oh, and we have some of the Midwest. Oklahoma, Missouri. Those are going to be Republican. That's no surprise. No surprises there. Same with Alabama and Tennessee. Alabama, Tennessee. So as of, so that's all up to date there. And we're still South Carolina, 12% in. Is still ahead, no surprise there. Georgia, 33% of the vote, and I think we're still waiting on Atlanta in Georgia, but it's still quite a bit ahead there. And now we can wait on Connecticut, Rhode Island, Maine, which is 2 congressional districts, Pennsylvania, which we're not going to hear from Pennsylvania for a while, Illinois, and Mississippi. Oh, they have a soft blue on Pennsylvania. Yeah, that'll change. That'll change. Let's update the map. Soft blue on Pennsylvania. Let's see. And I would like to check out Texas Senate, because that's the Ted Cruz race, and Colin Allred has been polling very well. Okay, he's modestly ahead in the Senate race. That's fine. So far. Interesting. Okay. Let's check back here. Okay, so our map is pretty well up to date right now. The Cameron Journal map. I'm very fancy this year. I've got my own map. Florida, it might be too early for Florida. Florida really has their act together. 75% of the vote in Florida is in. So I haven't seen a county by county map on Florida yet. We might be waiting on South Florida, but 75% of the vote is in. So I don't necessarily think that it's too early to go crazy with Florida. CNN is firmly calling Florida for Trump with 78% of the vote in. And he's 9 points ahead. So what I'm surprised by is the sticky number in Ohio. 200,000 votes ahead, 25% of the vote in. That number in Ohio is sticky going in Vice President Harris's direction. In Texas, well, obviously that's too soon. Texas is a huge state. We're still waiting on Texas. But we have soft blue for New Jersey. Did we do New Jersey? We did not do New Jersey. Let's do New Jersey. Republicans were thinking they could pick up New Jersey this cycle. And was so gray on Delaware. Yeah, it was still in talk that Republicans picking up New Jersey this cycle. But with 2% of the vote in, let's see. Oh, we have some updates. Maine is looking is looking Republican-y. So is Michigan, but those so few votes. We'll ignore Michigan for now. Maine, how many votes? Almost no votes. We'll ignore Maine for now. But yeah, they hit soft blue on New Jersey. They were thinking they might be something in New Jersey. Let's update our map. So right now, CNN is saying soft red in Michigan, but that's not going to be sticky. I don't know why they haven't broken out Maine into its congressional districts, but we'll say soft red here for now. Look for those two to change, because there's so few vote in right now. Yeah, that Texas number is not going down. That's interesting. North Carolina, still doing well. Virginia, still doing well. Pennsylvania, 4% of the vote. Kamala Harris is ahead meaningfully. That's good. Ohio, still ahead. About 100,000 votes. A little under. Interesting. I will die of laughter if she wins in Ohio. That'll be funny. That Texas number, though, I want that to be real. It's not gonna be, but that would be nice. That would be kind of fun. Oh, Kornacki's doing Georgia. Let's listen.
Friendly still to come here. So is this as good as the picture's going to get for Democrats in Fayette County? Now, I say there's layers to this. That's the core Democratic area. We'll see how much they can squeeze out of there. Another question here has been, and a big one that looms, is when you get just outside this core Atlanta area, there are some very big counties in sort of the fringes of the Atlanta metro. And unlike this area, they're all red. They all got somewhat significantly less red in 2020. It's a huge reason Donald Trump lost the state. In fact, I can call those counties up here, and we'll just show you what they look like. It's sort of these counties here. There's some socioeconomic differences, but we're keeping a close eye on these to see if there's, because these are big, highly populated counties, if there's Trump slippage in them. So a couple we want to call your attention to. This is one of the biggest, Cherokee County. Look at that, more than 80% of the vote. Canton, Georgia's here. This is getting a little bit more diverse. You know, about 2 decades ago, it would have been 90% white. Now it's about 75% white. The diversification of the Atlanta metro area is extending to sort of the ex-urban area. But again, the key here for Trump is this is what he fell to in 2020. This is still a great number, you know, if you just looked at it, but relative to what Republicans are used to in Cherokee County, Trump took a big step back in 2020. 2020. His campaign wanted to claw some of that back. And again, with the same-day vote to be tallied here in Cherokee, Trump is already almost a point above the 2020 number. And again, they want to see that number get a little bit higher here. But again, they want to be climbing, not falling back and climbing a little bit in a place like Cherokee County or next door. Yep. 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 Yes, absolutely. So again, we want to see there if that Trump number comes out. All these counties in sort of the exurban area. Forsyth is another big one. And actually, you know, you can see here a little bit less of the vote in, but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for Democrats if in a place like Forsyth, Trump is falling short of that number. And another key here just in Georgia that we're going to be watching, it's just slowly taking shape. Again, I will call these counties up sort of in a group on the screen so you can see them. In sort of south and in mid-state Georgia, there's a number of counties with large, they're rural counties with large African-American populations. And this is the place where Democrats think they can improve the turnout and either get better margins or cut into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now, but a couple with a significant vote that I can show you. One would be Baldwin County here, and almost all is in Baldwin County. Again, very small, but again, this is a place Joe Biden won it. Okay, it's about 45% black population in Baldwin County. Joe Biden won this one in 2020, and with almost all the vote in now, Trump 3 points ahead of Harris here. It's only one small county, but we're looking to see if there's trends in these types of counties. Randolph County, another, about 2/3 in, very, very small here. But again, this is what Joe Biden was able to do here in 2020. These are all counties like those small rural Trump ones I was taking you through. These are all counties that add up. So is there a trend? This is only two. But that's a thing we're going to be looking for as the results come in and as this map fills in. Is there a trend there? So again, 37% of the vote is in right now. That's what it looks like statewide. A big one that's empty here is Gwinnett. This is another huge one that's empty. This is DeKalb County, right outside Atlanta. In fact, some of it's inside the perimeter here. It's about half black. There's a large college-educated white population, very Democratic friendly. Huge number you can expect for Democrats out of here. We haven't seen anything from that yet. And I also think we've got some numbers here, yes, in Pennsylvania. And I just want to tell you what to expect here in Pennsylvania, because you see a massive Harris lead in more than 300,000 votes. In Pennsylvania, there's really only, we talk about this early in-person voting that, millions of people are doing in other states. They don't really have that in Pennsylvania. It's pretty much just vote by mail or vote same day. And what's happening in most of Pennsylvania tonight is the vote by mail is going to all be reported out first, and then the same day. And we expect a pretty clear division, unlike in some other states where the vote by mail we think will be very heavily Democratic and the same day will be more heavily Republican. And so that's what we're seeing. Look, the city of Philadelphia has released, and there's more to come. This is a giant batch all of vote by mail from Philadelphia here. So that's why this will be, it'll get a little bit better for Trump as more votes come in. But that's what you've got right there. You've got all the vote by mail perhaps in Allegheny County, or a very, very good chunk of it. Again, this is where Pittsburgh is, about 1.2 million people. The inner suburbs around Pittsburgh, too, heavily Democratic. So again, big Democratic number there. And also in Lancaster County, well, only about 700 votes there. So really the two big cities in the state have come in. We're getting a little bit more now, Butler County and a few others. But again, you can expect it's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania. So you can expect Harris to have a pretty substantial lead in these early, in the early hour and a half, whatever it is. And the story in Pennsylvania, it's going to be the opposite of the story we followed 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the story was they counted the same day first. Trump had a big lead, and night after night, Biden was chipping away at it with the mail vote. Tonight, we expect just about all of the mail vote to come in, followed by the same day. And the question will be, on the same day, can Trump catch Harris? So again, yep. Yep, I was just checking in on a couple others there. But so Pennsylvania again, and I'm just seeing if anything else came in. Michigan, by the way, Let's take a look here at Michigan, and we've got, oh, look at this, 2 biggies. So this is, we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic suburbia, high income, high concentration of college degrees right outside Detroit. Now, what you're getting here, again, in Michigan, they overhauled elections completely this time around. So for the first time in Michigan, they have early in-person voting. A lot of people taking advantage of that. There's also vote by mail. And I think what you're looking at, it's going to vary in Michigan tonight. Unlike some of these other states, there's not a lot of uniform rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out. But in Oakland, I suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail, early vote here. But remember, we said at the start of the night, the test we're going to be applying all night, one of them is to compare Oakland County to its a neighbor to the east, Macomb County. Big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb, white-collar suburbia in Oakland. And the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in Oakland County, again, look how big this is. You know, 750,000 votes were cast here in 2020. Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again. This was a big jump for Biden, you know, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton had won it by single digits. Biden got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double-digit or higher a ballpark in Oakland, she's got to be feeling very good. Yep.
That number in Ohio, oh, it's getting narrower. It's down to about 70,000 votes. Interesting. That number in Michigan, Kamala Harris is ahead. Illinois, not much vote. Kamala Harris is leading. But
yeah, just to quickly finish Michigan, and then we're going to check in on North Carolina. In Michigan, again,
Kamala Harris is ahead by 6,000 votes in Kansas.
Closed. The
Look
reason,
for that to change.
They don't officially close. There's a few counties, 4 of them in the far UP that are central time zone. But we're going to be getting this hour most of the rest of the state to some degree. Things quickly, just to keep an eye on as this map fills in. You see, this is very little vote, but you see here Grand Rapids. This area of western Michigan that Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a traditionally Republican region that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a growth area for Democrats. This is an area where Trump has lost a lot of traditional Republican support. So the question in this county, this is Kent County. It's a biggie. Grand Rapids is a city of, you know, about 200,000 people. In 2020, Trump lost it by 6. Democrats would love to get that up to double digits, and they'd love to make further progress in this region. It's a lot of population here. Democrats see a lot of room for growth. Also up here, by the way, you see that's Grand Traverse County, where Traverse City, Michigan is. Both parties sent their candidates to Traverse City a couple times here. This part of Michigan, it's not as big population-wise, but it's very volatile politically. They sort of call this the cherry coast. You know, cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country. This is Leelanau County. It's one of the wealthiest in the state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they have given way for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse. You see just a little bit of the vote is in right there. It's where Traverse City is. But that's one to watch tonight if it turns blue. Democrats would love to shift that one. So again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. And of course, Wayne County, Detroit, the inner suburbs there, cities like Dearborn, where the Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing. All things we're going to watch as Michigan comes in and we move to the Tar Heel state. Now about 10% in here in North Carolina. And again, you see the Harris advantage. We're just going to check in here. I haven't actually seen them, so I'm looking right now. Again, Wake County, this is Raleigh, state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote producing counties in the state. Not much in Democrats.
That Ohio number is not moving.
Here in Durham County, here
Pennsylvania,
Orange County,
not much
Chapel
vote,
Hill,
but
University
ahead.
of North Carolina. Also
Kansas,
important for
still
Democrats.
6,000 votes ahead. That's so weird.
It's sort of they call it the triad. This is where, you know, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core Democratic counties and should be. We want to see those take shape tonight. And I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina. It's this one right here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County's massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and it's still a very core Republican county. The banking industry is very big in the Charlotte area. It's sort of a bedroom communities made by the banking industry. Maybe think of it that way. Just take a look, though, at Union County. Here's the trend. Again, it's slippage for Trump. It's more dramatic in other suburbs around the country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in 2016. In 2020, Trump still won North Carolina, but his margin shrank. It's why Democrats think they got a shot here tonight. And this is a big reason why Trump's margin shrank in North Carolina. He just didn't squeeze as much out of these big core Republican suburbs. He won it, but it was 24 instead of 30. And I think that's a very good bellwether gauge tonight. As you see this county come in, is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in the state. There are some of them, are outside Raleigh, where that's the story. It's a core Republican, but does it get a little bit less so? So again, statewide now in North Carolina, it's sort of scattered, as you can see, in these different counties. But statewide right now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this. Let's just take a look, because we've got some. I'm checking these to see one thing that I'm looking for here. We've got Anson County has a. Let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant black population. This is one of the stories in North Carolina. The Democrats in counties with large black populations think they can improve the turnout, think they can improve Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3/4. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural eastern North Carolina. Not much to show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties. The Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see it's in this eastern North Carolina area here.
Yes.
We want to see as these
The
fill
vote
in.
totals in Ohio
Democrats
begin to
taking
narrow.
strides forward there. They think they can with
I
Kamala
didn't
Harris
think
as the
that would be
nominee.
sticky
They
for
think they've
long.
improved their ground game. That'll be a test for it. So
No
again,
news
sitting
in
there at about
Kansas.
9% statewide in North Carolina and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I've struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett. And we don't have many more from Gwinnett, but it's starting to take shape here again. That's that core Democratic area. Just seeing if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the vote in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rurals, at least in Georgia, Rachel.
Let's see. How is the map
This is
shaping
all
up
about the
over at
numbers, and the numbers do
CBS?
tell the story. So this starting map, Nora, is where we are at the moment. Very, very early. That's the headline. The night is young. 99 to 27. Donald Trump is leading. But we can take you to what we consider to be the starting point. This is based on past history, likely patterns expected to play out this year as well. So the red states showing Donald Trump's likely wins, and the blue states showing Kamala Harris's likely wins as a starting point. So she would have 226 to his 219. In the middle are 93 states in white, up for grabs, the battlegrounds, right? So let's take a look at a couple of the paths to victory. For Kamala Harris, the most likely, and the one that she's...
All right, they're speculating over there at CBS. Let's check New York Times. They filled in somewhat, but they're not calling anything important yet. CNN is Mississippi's leaning Republican, but not has much of the vote. We'll update our map. Republican, Mississippi. No surprises there. To the surprise of no one. And yeah, they have Illinois as Republican right now, but there's no vote in. So we'll come back to that idea. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, we should have exit. We have exit polls in 7 minutes and 27 seconds. So 8:30 we'll get some exit polls out of NBC News, which is good. And somehow she's still ahead in Kansas by 5,000 votes. That's so strange. That'll flip in a little bit. Give them another 45 minutes and they'll find all the Trump votes running around. This Ohio number is interesting. It's narrowed. It's 50.2 Ohio to 49.1. And it's a difference of about 30,000 votes. It was a lot wider, but they have 38% of the vote in, so it'll be interesting to see what's developing there. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris is ahead, but they only have 8% of the vote in. New Jersey, Kamala Harris is ahead, but it's narrow. Only about 2,000 votes. Republicans did think New Jersey was in play this cycle. They may be right. Let's see. Georgia numbers. We have 50% of the vote in, and Trump is ahead by about 300,000 votes, but as Kornacki said, we're still waiting on Atlanta suburbs. We got a nice little vote dump out of Illinois, putting Kamala Harris ahead. No surprise there. Michigan, Kamala Harris is ahead by a nice amount. And we're still, yeah. And that's the current state of play. We're waiting 7 minutes for another vote dump. So, yes, let's go. Yeah, while we're waiting on a new vote dump, let's look at Senate map. So we are, yeah, well, let's look at a Senate map, see how things are shaping up. So remember that, light gray states, no one's running. So we're looking at other Senate races in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey, in Maine, where there's an independent who's incumbent. Democrats would be looking to pick up here, but the Senate map is definitely looking difficult, for sure. We'll know more as the night goes on because we have a whole swath of Senate seats out here. But the Senate map is not looking great currently. So, we'll definitely be looking for some hope happening over there. So, yeah, I mean, obviously we're still waiting on different counts and all this type of thing. Let's look at the House while we're at it. See how things are shaping up in the House. Yeah, we're getting a lot of House data. Not a lot of districts called yet, but some. We still have 24 Democrats to 40 Republicans. This map will be better later. We'll give this a couple hours before we get a sense of the House. Not really a lot of a sense yet, and we're still waiting on the numbers, especially out of Georgia, Pennsylvania, you know, North Carolina. So Michigan, we have almost nothing from Michigan. So yeah, the House will shape up as the night goes on. Ah, Ohio's finally turning. I thought it would. Let's update our map. Let's see, any other changes of note? Ah, Kansas is about to flip. That total is narrowing. That total is narrowing. North Carolina, we're still ahead by a modest amount, 20,000 votes, but only 12% in. Virginia, 35% in, leading well. Maine, good. No, almost no vote in yet. Nothing of note, but Kamala Harris is ahead. Nothing of note as of yet. We'll update our map, though. Yeah. Times doesn't have anything, and CNN is still... We're still cooking with oil over here at CNN. Yes, they did call the Jim Justice race. So Jim Justice won the Senate seat in West Virginia, which was the Senate seat Joe Manchin was retiring from, and that's a red pickup for that's a pickup for the Republicans in the Senate, which I mean probably means Democrats are losing the Senate. I don't want to say too soon, because there's a chance Ted Cruz might get the boot in Texas. There's some other Senate races developing, but yeah, there was a Republican pickup in West Virginia. So now's the time, though, while we're waiting for those 8:30 drops, to do boo indeed, because Jim Justice is awful. Is just in life. So let's do another fun trivia question while we're here. Let's do a hard one. So this one is fun. From which nation did the U.S. buy Alaska from? The question is, Alaska was land we purchased. From whom did we make that purchase? Who sold us Alaska? Tabulate your answers now and post them in the chat. From whom did the U.S. buy Alaska? Russia! That is quite correct. Quite correct. Absolutely, Russia is definitely who we bought Alaska from. After we purchased Alaska in the 1870s, it was called Seward's Icebox. The Secretary of State at the time was a guy named William Seward. No one understood why on earth we would buy Alaska. There was almost nothing up there. It was entirely, unexplored wilderness by Europeans. Inuit and other indigenous peoples lived there, but even they were small in number. No Europeans had really ever gone there, sort of thing. But it was a good thing that we did because it gave us access to the Arctic via Alaska. It became an important part of the Cold War. And it was very important for the Alaska Gold Rush in the 1890s. And also, it was the only part of the United States that was ever so briefly invaded by Japan on the Aleutian Islands. And actually, because of Alaska, we share a very small 2-mile border with Russia. And there's a town there. In the Aleutian Islands, you have to have your passport to get coffee. So it was, yes, Alaska ended up being a clutch purchase. Unfortunately, it's not going to help us in the presidential election tonight. But Alaska was definitely a clutch purchase. So congratulations. You don't win anything other than the pride of knowing that you answered correctly. So I'm not, although I suppose I could give away a book or something, but we'll see about that. I'll have a think about that. So we're getting a big vote dump here. Right now it's 8:30. We're getting a big vote dump. Anticipate maps to change. Here in 15 minutes, I'm actually going to jump on, and you guys are going to come with me. I'm going to jump on another show's live and talk about how the election is shaping up so far, which is going to be a lot of fun. Oh, yes, the number is narrowing in Kansas. RFK is doing well in Kansas with 1,000 votes. But yeah, that number will start to shift. Yeah, it's 8:31 now, so we should start seeing this map develop. Let's see what CBS is doing. Let's see. They're going through the whole map.
Take a look at North Carolina, another important battleground state tonight. Again, it is early in the night, but look at this. It is a toss-up. At this hour, new reporting coming in from North Carolina we want to share with you shortly. And then Pennsylvania, the electoral prize of the night. And remember, Pennsylvania takes a little longer to count, but these are the early numbers that are coming in, and CBS News rates this as a toss-up. But we are hearing some interesting things about long lines in Pennsylvania. Some polling places extended, some polling places not extended. We're going to dig into those numbers. Let me also show you these other results just coming in from other states, including one where the polls just closed in Arkansas. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win in that state. Let's take a look at Missouri. CBS News projects Trump will win there as well. And just in from our data desk, in South Carolina, CBS News projects Trump will win also in that reliably red or Republican state. CBS News projects Kamala Harris will win the District of Columbia, where her election night headquarters are. No surprise there. And 3 electoral votes there. And then in the race for the all-important number of 270 electoral votes, Donald Trump is at 105. Kamala Harris has 27 at this hour. As I promised, the magic wall. More information. Major Garrett, Anthony Salvanto at our CBS News data desk. I'm getting texts from friends who say, dig into the wall. We want more information. So, gentlemen, take it away.
We will oblige. We want to start in Florida because, okay, it wasn't a battleground coming into this, but I'm going to tell you why we were able to call it. And that is that you see all these red counties here. In one after another, you've seen shifts even from Donald Trump's previous victory. So that consistency told you that he was going to win. But there's another part of this, maybe the most important part of this. Major, take it away from Miami.
Sometimes, Nora, there's a story in a state that's just a story in that state. And I want to bring everyone's attention to Miami-Dade County. Look at where things currently stand in Miami-Dade County with 80%. Let's compare that to where things finished in 2020. See how much farther ahead former President Trump is of what he was in 2020. Let's go back one more step, ladies and gentlemen, to 2016. Look at the transformation of this once solidly Democratic county, a place of highly concentrated Democratic support, one of the anchors to Democrats in Florida when it was a competitive state. The fact that it is competitive no longer flows through Miami-Dade. There's one other thing we want to show you about Florida writ large, and that is the phenomenon of ticket splitting. So in Florida, there is a right to abortion referenda. It's at 57% now. It needs a 60% threshold. Anthony, take it from there.
Well, what we're looking at is some in the Harris campaign thought maybe support for this measure might connect to support for Harris and maybe help bring up her vote numbers. It hasn't. Now, this needs 60% to pass. So we don't have a projection on that yet, but we do have it characterized as lean no, because as you can see, it's tracking below that 60%.
Ron DeSantis has already tweeted out that the right to abortion amendment failed, so I'm presuming that that is sticky.
Of course, she made that such a central part of her campaign, but it's not bearing out in the vote, Nora.
Let's go to North Carolina, Nora, because
welcome,
you asked for more data. We want to give you data.
The call for Georgia for Trump is not going to stick because we do not have data from the Atlanta suburbs yet.
Here already, out of places
we're waiting on Gwinnett County.
Like around Charlotte is going to be.
So that's a soft. If you look at the map, so let's quickly go over the map as I'm looking at it right now. So right now I have Georgia as a lean red. I've been following the CNN map because it has numbers. So Donald Trump is leading there by 300,000 votes, but we are still waiting on the Atlanta suburbs. That's mostly rural vote in Georgia. We have 53% in, so we're waiting on more there. Yeah, we have Maine looking more towards Kamala Harris right now. So we're waiting on Atlanta suburbs in Georgia. So that's a soft, lean red situation. I will say for the Times Needle right now, based upon their data, we are still in toss-up territory, leaning towards the Trump right now, but we're still in the toss-up part as well. And it looks like the chipping point might be Pennsylvania, so we're still, they have lots of numbers and data here which we can crawl through as the night goes on, but Times Needle is going in a Republican direction. Exit polling data is here in key states. We have nice turnout for Black vote, Hispanic vote, Asian. Women are outperforming men. Let's see, this is across all the battleground states. Big Black vote. Let's see. Non-white definitely. Sex with white men. Not as much. White women doing all right. Black men, quite a bit. Black women, huge turnout. Latino men, not so great. Latino women doing great. Let's see. We did get a nice pop for 18 to 29. Some 30 to 44. 45 to 64, and 65 and over is normal. 18 to 44 is doing a little bit better than 45 plus, which is interesting. And then we have down age by gender, age by race. Black 18 to 29, big turnout. Black vote across the board, big turnout. More so than any other group, actually. And big dip for some college among Democrats, so that's interesting. Obviously, educated people tend to be voting more Democrat. Attended college but not received a degree is leaning Republican, but Democrats are competitive there. Never attended college, Republicans are doing well. White non-college students Republicans are doing well. No surprise right there. White college graduates Democrats are doing well. Non-white college students Democrats are doing well. Non-white non-college graduates Democrats are doing well. Huge Democrat turnout in swing states. Impressive. And yeah, it definitely looks like Kamala Harris is winning the middle to upper middle class battle in battleground states. Trump doing better among the working classes. Interesting. Ooh, unionization very evenly split. That's interesting. Interesting exit polling data. Let's look back here at a map. Nothing exciting. The needle has not moved. CNN has Trump up by a little bit. Let's update our map. Let's see. Oh, did I fix Maine? Yeah, we did fix Maine. Let's see. Yep, Ohio. Small margin, 60,000 votes. He's pulling ahead. Kansas, we're getting in some more of the vote. And he's pulling ahead. No surprise there. Yeah, we should be... The next round of poll closures at 9 o'clock, we're going to get the rest of the Midwest. And some of the Mountain West as well. So, all of this stuff. And also we'll get New York, which will be interesting. New York is supposed to have been competitive as well. So, yeah, there'll be lots of, but yeah, the race is taking shape. So we're still at 27 to 105 right now. So far. Let's see. The Times is calling for Kamala Harris. That's not surprising. Let's make that a solid blue situation for the purposes of our count here on the Cameron Journal map. And let's turn Texas back to lean Republican. Let's see here. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by. This is a fun but long live stream. I'm probably, at some point here soon, going to order food because I'm super hungry, and this becomes an election night mukbang. But I am probably going to get food here soon, especially we have 20 minutes till the 9 o'clock dump, so I'll want to do that here soon. Let's see, let's check the needle. Moving slightly in Trump's direction, but still a toss-up. Is Kornacki talking
65, 70, 75% of the vote, all in this part of the state. And I think where the game may be won or lost in Pennsylvania is going to be northeast Pennsylvania. I think we showed you at the start of the night, but I'll go back to it again. Going to be paying a lot of attention to Lackawanna County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote in here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where the city of Scranton is. This was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually jumped up to close to a 10-point win here in 2020. Was that because Joe Biden and his Scranton ties? Was that because of, something else, changing attitudes towards Trump, perhaps? Big question here, and there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question here is, can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And there's also a lot of these counties in this sort of stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations, and that's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic. largest concentration of Hispanic voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in 2020. He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, sort of this part of the state right here, that have substantial Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them. And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we've said is the rural counties in Georgia, the heavily Republican rural counties, and it's very consistent. We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them, Trump is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state? So we are not seeing that there, but there's a lot more, obviously, we're going to be looking for as Georgia continues to come in.
Oh, let's check out CBS. What are they saying? Mute. CBS.
Well, a key Democrat in Philadelphia says Democrats have to feel good. He's seen on the ground very strong turnout among Puerto Ricans in the North Philadelphia precincts. Historically low turnout in those precincts. That congressman, who's one of the main organizers for the Harris campaign on the ground, says very high turnout. But all of this is coming as the Trump campaign is preparing to potentially contest this election. Former White House Chief Strategist Steve Bannon tells me in recent minutes they are preparing a legal and political effort to help Trump fight this in Congress should he appear to be defeated. But right now, a lot of optimism in the Trump campaign, but it is very early.
It is very early. We're also just hearing that in Lehigh County, where we had talked about those long lines of young people at the university wanting to vote, they are going to extend there so that all the people in line can vote. We'll continue to follow what's happening on the ground in these key battleground states. And when we come back, we're going to check in on the battle for the Senate. CBS News, America Decides Election 2024 returns in a moment.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the...
They're doing ads. Kornacki is still looking at Pennsylvania. Why is Kamala Harris still ahead in Kansas? This makes sense to no one. No, they're kind of calling Delaware. Let's update our map. Ah, I'm a little late.
Focus a little bit less on the full breadth and depth of your book and a little bit more on the topic of Plato's Republic and how he viewed democracy because of what was the night that it is. We'll get into that when we move to punches. And then Cameron Cowan is supposedly going to join us a little later. He's actually already.
Hi, guys. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. Oh, am I? I thought it was 8:45. Oops. Oh, 8:45 for you, not me. Well, that's... Sorry about that, everybody. No, it was great. Thank you so much for coming on by. It's actually going really well. We've had a good group tonight. We have about a dozen or so people come in and out and all this sort of thing. But we've had a nice group, and yeah, this is, I mean, this election's fun. Right now, Kamala Harris is leading in Kansas. If that should give you any clue how tonight is going. And at first I'm like, oh, that's fun, and the number will change. And then more vote came in, and her vote lead is increasing. And so, no, and in 9 minutes from now, at 9 Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, we're getting most of the Midwest. So we're getting Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Louisiana. We're getting a lot of the Central Time Zone. So, yeah, so we have some big stuff coming up. It's being a very strange race. We're still waiting on Atlanta suburbs to figure out what is happening in Georgia. North Carolina is back and forth. Florida is already called. Florida has their act together now. 90% of the vote in Florida is for Trump. So it's just all over the place right now. No hanging chads tonight. Florida is on point. So, but a big story about Florida is how much more Republican Florida has gotten, and even South Florida, which once was a Democrat stronghold, has definitely lurched to the left this year. So, it's, yeah. Yes, to the right. Yes, it is. Yeah, Florida's definitely gotten a lot more Republican, and Florida used to be very competitive And also a couple Senate pickups. Maryland Senate has flipped one seat, but the Republicans also flipped a seat in West Virginia, Joe Manchin's seat. Governor Jim Justice ran there, so I'm cautious about the Senate. I think Republicans have a strong chance to pick up the Senate, less so in the House. So yes. Well, it was a favorable Senate year for them anyway. There's a lot of Senate races out west. It'll be interesting to see how some of those shape up, particularly in Arizona and Montana. But right now, it's even with the East Coast and some of the Midwest, it's looking very Republican. So that's one of the Senate races I was talking about. Senate races out west we want to look at. Arizona's definitely one. I think it's a tough road for Carrie Lake because she was very much is very into Trump land, was very into the some stolen election narratives, all this type of thing. This is kind of her second run at statewide office in Arizona, so she was a little bit behind going into this, so I'm kind of wondering how that will manifest itself. But that's one of the Senate races out west worth keeping an eye on for sure. Yeah, so yes. Well, I've always maintained Plato would love the Supreme Court because they're literally philosopher kings telling us what to do. So Plato would be like, scrap the rest of your government and just let the Supreme Court be in charge. That would be Plato's answer. I mean, that's hard to tell, but given his distaste for mass democracy, probably, you know, um yeah, Dan is super faint for me too. But no, but Dan, I did hear enough of Dan's point. Dan does bring up a good point of it's hard to tell. I mean, given the way children were treated in antiquity, perhaps Plato would be more in favor of it. But I think in terms of leaving it to the states, given his politics' distaste for mass democracy and the sort of idea that there are smart, intelligent, considered rational people um, who should be in charge of things, I feel like he'd probably be more comfortable having that, in the state hands, especially if his favorite philosopher kings, the Supreme Court, had decided it that way. He would probably be very in favor of abortion left to the states, given our conjecture of his opinion of our very modern political system. Yeah. I mean, I have oftentimes said one of the things Europeans don't understand about our country is we're not really one country. We're 50 small countries that work together, generally speaking, in one direction, which is very different than even Canada or Mexico. That has the federal government in both of those countries is much stronger on local issues, whereas in the United States we have quite strict constraints on what the federal government can and cannot do. The states do most of the governing, and that's in contrast to other OECD democracies, including our nearby neighbors. Yeah, I mean, it's, there's, I mean, given, I mean, I don't think it would necessarily count. There are 192 members of the United Nations. If we added 49 more, I don't know that you'd totally be outvoting some of the Middle East, but, because you have to deal with Africa, there's more of us than there are of them, so I don't know how much that would help. Right, but do we really want Louisiana voting on the UN Security Council? Well, at least we could be safe from whatever Idaho comes up with. Yeah, well, it's still, some, odd. If you're worried about Muslim madness, there are some religious extremists in Idaho that would start voting with Qatar on some stuff. Like no, women shouldn't leave the house. All of a sudden, Idaho and the Taliban are being like, this is a great resolution. We should pass it immediately. Yeah, I'll just pop back in a half hour. I just ordered food because I'm super hungry, and we have a data drop in a minute. So let me go do the data drop, and I'll come back. All right. Oh, buddy, sorry about that. I was early to that additional appearance um on that other show, so I'm gonna come back to them in a little bit, as I said, and go from there. But good back and forth, good commentary, a lot of fun. So we'll get to talk about that again. And yeah, and we're getting a data drop here any moment. What's Kornacki doing? Not much. They're talking about Virginia. Oh, they're looking at Virginia. CBS is still doing conjecture. The Times has called New York. I'm comfortable doing that. New York was never going to be competitive despite Republican pleas. The needle is definitely moving in a Trump direction. National exit polls are still about the same. Yes, I know my order's been picked up. Thank you very much. Oh, we have some new... The Times is calling South Dakota and Nebraska. Part of Nebraska. Let's do boom, boom. All right, it's 9:01, so now we get numbers from Louisiana, Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. CNN still is waiting on data from New York. The Times has already called it here. Which has the Times count right now is 99 for Kamala Harris and 114 for Donald Trump. The needle continues in a Republican direction. Texas and New Mexico. Let's look at Texas. Yeah, so CNN has called Texas for Trump. No surprise there. We'll do the same here. What is going on in Kansas? I don't understand. So weird. With its 6 electoral votes. Let's see. No surprises in Ohio. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris is still ahead. Well, that's just silly. I think that must be Nebraska District 1, which we thought might go blue. Let's call that a soft. No, and the Times is calling Wyoming for Trump. No surprise there. What's Kornacki up to? Nothing much. What's CBS up to? They're talking about Georgia. Let's listen in. The Times calls Ohio. Oh, let's check maps. Did anything happen in the few minutes I was gone? Colorado's getting bluer. Nebraska. I'm sorry, Kansas. Nebraska. Early numbers from the upper Midwest. All right, guys. Thank you so much for letting me eat. I appreciate it for those that you've stuck with me. So what I want to do is I want to go over maps real quick, and then I'm going to jump onto my friend's live, but I'm going to leave the mic on so you guys are going to hear everything I'm going to say, just like before. But let's go through maps. So, the times. Nothing new. Nothing exciting. All's cooking right along. The needle is leaning Trump with a 68% chance of victory. Let's look at CNN, which has Kamala Harris ahead in Iowa. And everything else kind of operation normal. Still ahead in Michigan. Trump is ahead in Wisconsin. By a goodly amount, but they only have 5% of the vote in. Minnesota, not much vote. So we'll leave those for now. I'm still trying to understand what's going on in Kansas. That's very interesting. And Ohio is a nice spread. I imagine, I think, has the Times called Ohio? They have called Ohio. Yeah. So I'm not quite sure why CNN hasn't called Ohio. Georgia, Trump is still ahead. North Carolina, Trump is still ahead, but we're waiting on Raleigh-Durham. Virginia, Trump is ahead, but it's by a slim margin, just 0.4%. So, interesting. And we are now waiting on maybe some numbers from Arizona. And here at 10 o'clock, well, 10 and 11, we'll get some more of the West. But things are starting to shape up. I haven't checked Twitter in a bit because I imagine they are melting down. But, yeah, so, they have already called the Dakotas. Let's call the Dakotas here on the Cameron Journal. Let's see here. And then, let's see. Oh, yeah. Good. Yeah, so our map is still up to date. So, that's kind of the race as we have it right now. What's Kornacki doing? Not much. Well, CBS is busy. Let's check out CBS. Oh, I think we're not having system audio for the videos. That's a problem. Let's work on that. Hang on. Let me go back to that.
We flagged at the start of the night, so
There
I
we
want to
go.
check in on it. Lackawanna County,
Just a matter
where
of
Scranton is. This is
switching.
one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania.
go.
About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the Election Day vote, Trump has been chipping away at it, and you're at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county, I think, once we get full results here to understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have
All right, guys,
right
I'm
now
gonna break away
of
and
a
do
big,
this live, but you're
substantial
coming with
county
me.
in Pennsylvania, and that's
So
what
here
we're
we go.
looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 20. 2 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you could just see here. This is what it lets the mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin, too. And I just want to show you, we said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won. Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about the 2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaukee County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why I did that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County, every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000, Trump, 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 195? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
With African American voters, particularly African American men. They believe that they have been able to pick up support and see some gains in that demographic, although they don't have firm numbers there just yet. Now, in terms of talking to those with the Harris campaign and Democrats here in this state, they are continuing to keep their fingers crossed because they acknowledge and note that there are still a lot of outstanding votes out there, particularly in Democratic strongholds right here around Metro Atlanta, places like Fulton, DeKalb, and others where they feel they will pick up some more numbers and pick up some more steam. So they are continuing to watch and wait these returns as they come in.
Nicole Killian with that great reporting from Georgia. Thank you. I want to bring in CBS News contributor Ed Gordon. He's at the Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Ed, I know it's still loud there as many people are celebrating and waiting to potentially hear from the vice president. But what are you hearing?
Hi, Nora. It is a celebratory mood here in Washington, D.C. on Howard's campus. Every time the announcement comes of a state won by Kamala Harris, there are huge uproars and applause. And, of course, when Donald Trump, in fact, wins a state or projected to win a state, there are boos. But we should note what we've been hearing throughout, and as we've been saying all along, it is really down to those crucial states. At the early part of the evening, it seemed seemed, and I talked to the National Urban League, the National Action Network, and the NAACP, they were all excited about the turnout as we've gotten deeper into the night. Some of those states didn't hit the projections they wanted to see, only by a couple of percentage points. And so the black vote, while it turned out, particularly in Detroit, in Atlanta, and in Philadelphia, they are still concerned that it may have been a little softer than they wanted to see. But it is, as you all have been saying all evening long, still very early, and we'll have to see. Some of those polls stayed open much longer than they were supposed to, based on a bomb threat in the Atlanta area, and one poll opening late in Georgia as well. So they've kept that open. So we will just have to wait and see how the black vote starts to roll itself out and the impact it will have.
Ed Gordon, thank you so much. I want to just take everybody through the latest numbers when it comes to those 7 battlegrounds that we have been watching so closely tonight. And if we could just start with, Georgia and North Carolina and tick through what that latest vote count is, because as David Becker has told us, let's start first with the blue wall, if you will, there. These are the states that the Democratic Party believes if they win all 3 of them, and the numbers show Kamala Harris would become the next president of the United States. At this hour, CBS News rates all 3 of those as toss-up. So that's where that stands at this hour as that vote comes in. And as we know, Pennsylvania takes much longer to count. 4 years ago, we were all here until Saturday. They were saying it would be quicker this year, but we don't know yet, because we know that polls are still open in Pennsylvania because there were long lines today. Now let's take a look at those Sun Belt states. And there you see Georgia, a toss-up, still that vote coming in, although officials had told us that we would have a lot posting, and I'm going to get to David Becker in a minute on that. And then in North Carolina, where I am hearing from a source close to the Trump campaign that he is doing well in the rural areas in North Carolina and Virginia. And so that is making them feel optimistic. And a reminder, North Carolina is the only of the 7 battlegrounds that Trump won 4 years ago. David Becker, tell us where we stand now in terms of these battleground states and the vote count.
So first of all, we should just mention it's only 2 hours and 40 minutes since the polls closed in Georgia, so there's a lot of votes to count. And I think we may want to call it up again to show how many votes have been counted so far. But I did the quick math. I think it was about 4 million of a little more than 5 million out there. So they're doing a pretty good job. Remember, those polling places were ordered to stay open late in places like Fulton County and DeKalb County because of bomb threats and other issues. So, yes, it looks like about 4 million have been counted and reported out so far. So I think they're actually doing a pretty good job, and I expect that we're going to see that lion's share from the Atlanta metro area come in shortly. As you noted, in Pennsylvania, it's a little different because we've got those mail ballots, those 2 million mail ballots that they're working diligently to process. I don't think it's going to take till Saturday, but I think it will take a couple of days to get to the point where we know exactly who won Pennsylvania, depending upon the margin.
Good information. And of course, Nevada closes at the top of the hour. And so we will have any results and reporting from there as soon as that comes in. Of course, one of the things we have been talking about tonight is control of Congress and the United States Senate. And I was just curious myself about what's happening in Ohio to Sherrod Brown, the powerful chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. And Scott, what's happening in that state?
It's worth underscoring how pivotal control of the U.S. Senate is for the next president. If they want to get cabinet members confirmed, Supreme Court nominees confirmed, who controls the U.S. Senate is everything. And Democrats have run out of margin of error. They've lost West Virginia, according to our projections. Ohio, the next state up. And you can see right now the 3-term incumbent Sherrod Brown is trailing early against the Trump-endorsed Republican challenger Bernie Moreno, a businessman from Ohio. This really could be make or break for Democrats, even though they have so many other states to defend. Pennsylvania, Montana, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Ohio is the next one up, the one we are watching meticulously, Nora, as the results continue to pour in.
Really important information. Scott McFarlane, thank you. Ed O'Keefe is also with us and covered Congress for many years.
Yeah, well, we'll continue to see there what exactly or how things pan out in the Senate, and that Texas race that I think a lot of people are interested in. Looks like Cruz may be maintaining a lead there. So that would be another lost opportunity for Democrats. I just wanted to turn back to Georgia and North Carolina if we could. Former President Trump currently has a lead. The Harris campaign still holding out hope, however, because they look again. We've heard evidence of long lines of college kids in Pennsylvania and other places. There are long lines, apparently, of several hours still. UNC Charlotte, UNC Wilmington, where they're telling students to stay in line. Long lines at the University of Michigan, so around Ann Arbor tonight. Part of why they think they're doing okay. They report that they see that they're expected to do slightly better than expected with suburban early voters in Georgia. All of those reasons why, to Democrats, it's still a very early night despite those numbers.
All right, Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And ahead, we'll talk with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. CBS News America decides election 2024 returns in just a moment.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news and 24/7 streaming coverage. Get the free CBS News app now.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity? I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
I mean, obviously, this was always going to be a bit of a contentious election. We went into this race with an incumbent president with favorables in the basement. When Biden was still in the race, his favorables were in the 30s. And that's not usually a good sign for re-election. Still, he soldiered on until, obviously, the debate performance in June. And then a month later, we swap out candidates, and here we are. And this was also going to be contentious because it was a 2020 rematch between Biden and Trump initially. And so that, you know, there was a lot of people being like, anybody but these two, you know, sort of, can we have something else sort of thing. And even in the Republican Party, Nikki Haley mounted a pretty decent primary challenge to Trump as the party tried to but unsuccessfully moved away from Trump. And so this race was always going to be contentious, but there are some big issues in the country right now. Obviously, inflation. Yeah. I mean, the Democratic election of Kamala Harris is a, you know, that's a common criticism of her. I would remind people the Democratic Party didn't even have open primaries till 1972. They just told their voters who they were going to vote for. And I would also note that she was already on the ticket as vice president. People were signing up for another race of the Biden-Harris administration. So it's not like we just picked her out of a bin somewhere. You know, she was, I think for a lot of people with Biden not looking great, was the logical person to take over sort of thing. And Biden very elegantly engineered that for her. Because that was not the plan for the rest of the DNC. So. Well, I think, I mean, in the last decade, a lot has happened. I kind of pointed out during my live stream for the vice presidential debate, where I said, after listening to Vance and Waltz, one of the things that I mentioned was how different would this race be if Trump and Harris were at the top of the ticket? Because when you hear the policy positions come out of Vance and Waltz, it sounds like normal politics. It was a boring debate. And that was kind of what people, I think, wanted and were looking for, and it was kind of refreshing, I think, at some level. And so, but I think it's the partisan nature of now. A lot has happened, especially coming out of the Obama years. A lot has happened in the last decade, and I think our politics, is very broken right now, all things considered, and that manifests itself in the candidates that we end up voting for. And I'm not going to pretend either one of them are that perfect or that great. They both have flaws. That's true in every election. I think it's a bit more pronounced in the last couple cycles. We've had, it's been, Hillary Clinton had the Clinton baggage, and, Biden had been in government for forever, and, basically was really kind of, struggling early on, didn't do great in the primaries, didn't do great in caucuses, all this sort of thing. And then obviously this year we've had the candidate switch. And so it's, we definitely could do with a better crop of people and a better crop of candidates, but that gets into things that happen in the Democratic Party, that gets with Occupy, that gets into Tea Party. Wade, you and I have had this conversation. We did a whole show on that. I would invite people to go listen to it when I talk, because I was part of both, and I kind of talk about how we got here. CameronJoel.com. Sort of thing. But yeah, we definitely could do with better candidates on either side. People that have good policies, that are well thought out, who take in mind the needs of the country and what needs to happen. And I could fire guns at both sides for different problems and all this sort of thing. Welcome to popular democracy, everyone. That's why Plato hated it.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail and the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here, we've talked about this, is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. And we were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had. It was at about 6.5 6.5, 7 before. Now with 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's two very different ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania.
I mean,
in
obviously
2020,
education
Democrats
is
with Joe
incredibly
Biden
important to
came
the
in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state.
And we have such a
so we were
wonderful
saying at the start of the night, Trump wants
of
this number,
mass
Democrats
literacy
want
and
that
popular
number.
education in
Right
this
now,
country, particularly in
it's
the
sitting
20th
right in
century.
between them. It's sitting at 5.
So
So
it's very,
there's still some same day to come in.
It's very
Let's
good.
see this
it's very
remaining 10%.
important.
What
But
that
I
does
think
to
that
this
there's
margin.
certainly
Again, the
not
same
maybe
day
as many
seems
people
to be favoring
as
Trump.
one would hope.
How
I mean,
much is
only
it going to
30%
favor
of
Trump?
people
Is
in
it going
this
to
country
bring
have
it
college
down?
degrees. I have an
to this level
advanced degree.
completely?
I
Is it
have
going to
2 of
stabilize?
them,
But that's the most complete
and one that's
county
like
we
a
have
mini
in
PhD
Pennsylvania
sort
right
of
now.
thing.
And I think we said at the
that's
start of
we're
the
down
night,
to 12%.
it's a very key one
I mean,
because
you
this
could
region
fit,
where
all of us
Scranton is,
in
where
a
Lackawanna
large
County
boat
is, this
sort
is
of thing.
very contested political terrain.
So
I can just show you some of the other counties here.
I
Luzerne
think there's a
County. This is
difficult,
where Wilkes-Barre is. This
a
is also
difficult
where
thing.
the
You also
city
get
of
into
Hazleton
credibility,
is.
who to
Hazleton is a
believe,
majority Hispanic
why to
city.
believe them,
Donald Trump
all
actually
this
won
sort of thing.
Hazleton
You know,
in
grounding in a
2020.
certain amount
Again,
of
Trump campaign thinks he can
common
make more
sense,
gains with Hispanic voters. If they do,
which
you'll
is
see it here.
feedback
About
I
half
get a
the vote
lot.
is in Luzerne
I think
County.
a lot of people
And
come from a lot of
again,
different
the same day
backgrounds,
is
and I
what's
think
still
it's
to come
hard
here.
to,
So Trump's
in a
leading by
country
8
as
points
large
now.
and diverse
He
as
won this
ours,
county by
it
more than
can
14 in
sometimes be a struggle
2020.
to blend all
Question
of
for the
those
Trump
things
campaign
together.
wants to get
We have
over
to remember,
that
Florida
number.
had the
They want to
advantage of
improve
having
on
a
that number
relatively
here. If the
small,
Democrats can stop them
ethnically
from doing that,
homogenous situation
that's a big
to deal
development for
with
Democrats. So we want to go
in the
back and look
Peloponnese,
at Georgia.
whereas we're a country of
because again, and Joy was
325
just
million
talking
people
about this,
that spans a
the
continent
suburban
5,000 miles
support for
wide,
Democrats
and
in
we
this
come
Atlanta
from
metro
every
area.
nation on
Something
Earth.
interesting is
Every
happening. There are some
religion,
suburban
every
counties here.
ethnicity is
You
here.
call them kind of the
And I think
emerging
that
suburbs
presents
of the
a
Atlanta
very
metro
different
area,
challenge,
where the growth is
at
the
least for
fastest,
the United
the
States.
diversification
I think that's also one of the reasons why
is
governments
the
in
most
Europe tend to
dramatic,
work differently
and
and
that
better
is
than they do
definitely
here.
where Harris
I mean,
is posting
our nation is
improvements
so
today. I think we
large and
showed
so
you Douglas County a
populous.
few minutes ago.
It's,
Again,
there's not, I mean,
rapid growth
our
here.
competition is
It's about
India and
half whack,
China.
and you can see in 2020,
Sort of thing.
25 points.
So
Tonight,
it's a
Harris is
very
winning this
different, it's
by
a very different
32
situation, and
points.
it's
You
hard
see
to
it
bring
in
everyone together.
Rockdale County, just about all of the vote is
Yeah.
in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black
yeah,
county.
I mean, there's
Newton
5 major
County
languages
here.
in India with
this
3
was
major
the
languages
tightest
spoken.
margin of all
China
these Atlanta
has
metro
a
counties.
dozen or
This was
so
the
major
tightest
ethnicities,
margin
only
for a
3
county that
languages,
Democrats won
4
almost all
spoken,
in 2020.
sort of
Almost
thing.
all
Whereas
the vote is
in America,
Harris has
everyone's
improved
here.
on it. You see
And
this.
it's little
You can take a
bits
look
and
at
pockets
Henry County.
and
Almost 80%
it's,
of the vote is in. Again,
sort of thing. And so,
Biden won
and
it by 20.
even
Look at that.
within
That's
those
up to 30
ethnic
or so
groups,
for Kamala Harris.
you know,
So
the Irish are
thing
different
is,
than the
though,
Italians.
counties I just
In
showed
Asia,
you,
the Japanese are
within
different
this
than the
Atlanta
Chinese, they're
metro
different
region,
than the Malaysians, they're different than
relatively
the Singapore.
speaking, these are the
because
lesser
everyone seems to have all these
populated
different
counties. The ones with
backgrounds and
the
cultural
huge,
ideas and cultural values and
huge
things that are important.
populations.
And
You
it
start
can
with
be really
Fulton
hard
County,
to bring all
and
of
we've
those
been
things together
monitoring this.
in a
This
set
is
of
the
common
biggest. Atlanta's here, but
common
there's
values.
also a lot of
In the
suburbs
past, we took the
within Fulton
Anglo-Saxon
County.
value
This is
and
key
we
for
applied it
Democrats
to
because
everyone,
of the sheer
kind
size
of
of Fulton
universally,
County.
non-discriminately.
A drop of a
We have
couple
started
points
to
here
move
would
away
more
from
than
that in
offset
about
the
the last
gains that I just
25
showed you in
years,
those other
and
counties.
that's so.
80%
I mean,
counted in
we're
Fulton
really
County,
kind of
and
living
now
into a new
you see Biden
answer
72.6
on
in 2020.
what a true
Harris has
multiracial
fallen a
popular
tick
democracy
below
looks
that.
like.
Meanwhile,
We
Trump,
are forging new
26.2
ground,
here in
as we
2020
have always
is a
done in
tick
this
above his
country.
2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, excuse me, Douglas, Cobb County. We also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County. Again, take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now,
how times
it's
have
basically
changed.
a 15-point margin. This is another one
Times have
where
changed.
that margin
It
for
is 2
Democrats
minutes
was
to 10
bigger
o'clock,
earlier.
and we're getting
It's
another
come down
huge
as more
data dump.
same day has come in.
So I
And
gotta
Cobb
go.
is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%.
No, thank you guys so much for
same-day to
having me, and I'll
That's
talk to both of
concerning
you
for
offline.
Democrats if it
But
starts
thank you so much to all your
if it
listeners,
starts
and
dropping below that, and
we'll
then Gwinnett County,
we'll
this
do
is the
this
one that's
again
been
later. All right.
the slow one here in the region tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again,
All right,
there's some
guys, thank
clear
you. Good
Democratic
night.
growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over. Excuse me, you can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last.
All right, guys. I am back from doing that other show. Wasn't that fun and exciting? They're doing philosophy. They're doing big brain stuff over there. Let's check the map. Oh yeah, chapstick. All right, Kornacki's talking Georgia. That's fine. CBS is doing ads. Let's check maps. All right, so it's 10 o'clock right now. We just got a bunch of new state calls in. So thank you so much, everybody, for sticking with me through doing that appearance. I had agreed to pop in on this guy's show in the middle of to kind of report on how things were going and everything. So I was really fun. It was really fun to do that. And that was definitely a new thing for my election night streams and reporting and all this type of thing. So it was a lot of fun and to talk about some big brain stuff. So it's, it's good. We had a lot of fun doing all of that. Hopefully I didn't quite lose everybody. No, I didn't quite lose everybody. Y'all stuck with me. The needle keeps moving to the right. Oh, 72% chance. So, yeah. So we're starting to fill in out west. New Mexico, Donald Trump is still ahead. I'm not surprised about that. There was polling indicative that there might be a Trump pickup in New Mexico, and he spent a lot of time there. We still have Minnesota ahead Trump, but there's only 2% of the vote. Iowa, Kamala Harris is still ahead, but the lead is narrowing, only 0.4%. Nebraska, kind of same situation. Michigan, 16%. Wisconsin, 35%. Narrow lead sort of thing. North Carolina is still very close, but Trump looks like he's pulling ahead. Georgia, very close, but Trump remains ahead. Ohio is finally back to normal. Kansas is finally back to normal. So, good. So our little Cameron Journal map is up to date for where things are presently. Oh, let's look at the times. Yeah, same situation. CNN is being a little bit more generous. Oh, Trump has pulled ahead in Iowa. Just now. We'll have to go change that. We'll put a lean that direction per CNN. And Virginia, Trump is still modestly ahead. And the needle keeps inching over. So, they're looking at Arizona. Are they still on break? They are. Let's check CNN, or let's check CBS. Oh, we're talking Georgia. This is good.
With that, let me just back it out here for a second and show you. What I'm doing is I'm going to take that and I'm going to put it into our CBS News model, and I'm going to show you how we look at this at the data desk. This is right now the range of Donald Trump's potential percentage at the end, right? So you see a large range around that in that red bar. This is the range of Kamala Harris when I incorporate all that information into the model. And what you see here is that these have overlap. That is visually why a decision desk can't make a projection. As long as these ranges overlap, if they don't go apart, then there's a possibility that this race could flip. And that's why and how we incorporate that outstanding vote. Major?
And why don't you show, Anthony, the needs and our current estimate as the race stands right now based on the information we've received to date?
Well, she needs 59% of the outstanding vote, right? Right now, we think she could get 59% of the outstanding vote. So that's sort of another data point to say the race could get even tighter than it already is, and why you can't make a projection just yet, why I still rate it as a toss-up, Nora.
Because you're saying in the big city like Atlanta, there's more votes to come in.
Yep, that's
okay.
it.
Can we do the same in North Carolina?
Yeah, sure.
We
Let's
most
go up
certainly
there.
can.
All right, so here's North Carolina. Now, let's do the outstanding vote here because it's somewhat of a similar story, right? In and around Raleigh, you see the large blue circles, Wake County, okay? So you even see some here in Durham. So those are Democratic areas, and those, if they come in, and they come in for Harris. But I will add this, it's not just the percents, though. She's got to get the turnout there in order to catch Trump, because what you also see is around Charlotte here, see these large red circles? That's a lot of Republican vote that could still come in. 50,000 votes there. Major, go ahead.
Look at Mecklenburg County. That's what's remaining there. That's one of the things that the Harris campaign has to look at and say, boy, they really need to run up the margins in Mecklenburg County because you almost have 500,000 votes outstanding. Wake County, 156,000. We can actually put numbers on this. Guilford, 133,000. So there's areas really need to come in strong for Harris. One of the problems, go back to the regular map, Anthony, that Harris has run into. Look at these counties right here, and then Anthony, go through the history on those counties.
Yeah, sure. Now, in these places, you do typically see a Democrat might do okay.
But on almost every single one of those, Harris is running slightly behind Joe Biden. This is an accumulating problem for the Harris campaign outside of Raleigh and Charlotte. These other areas, historically strong for Democrats, stronger for Biden than they have been so far tonight for Harris.
Right, and Biden lost North Carolina. And
correct, by 74,000 votes, yes.
Underperforming. John Dickerson has some exit polls, but before we do those, can we just take a quick look at Michigan? Because that blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin, that the Democrats are banking on in order for her to become the next president of the United States.
So 17% in. We're still waiting for a lot more data out of Michigan for sure. But Anthony?
Well, what's going to happen here is we're going to tell a similar story and see if she gets turnout, especially in Detroit, this Wayne County. You're going to hear a lot about that as the hours go on tonight. Oakland County as well. So we don't have data in from there yet. I do want to show you this, though, just to give you the historical context here. I'm going to go back to Michigan for a second. So if I show you the 2020 presidential race in Michigan, and then I do that tilting the state on its side, this will illustrate what I mean. See these larger, higher bars here? That's where there are more votes, right? There's more people in Detroit, for example, and Democrats have to get large margins there. So in the case of Detroit, we're going to be watching, can Kamala Harris not just win by a given percentage, but can she replicate something like the 330,000 vote margin that he built up there? And that comes back to the turnout story.
Same thing in Oakland County, just to the north.
Same thing in Oakland, right? We're going to be looking at that, and that's where Biden got 56%, so, but also got 100,000 votes more added to his total. The Democrats have to do that in order to carry the state, if they do, because the rural Republican counties add up, in this case for Donald Trump, Nora.
Okay, great. Gentlemen, thank you very much. The exit polls have some really interesting information. And I, of course, got a sneak peek of them because I get to sit next to John Dickerson.
One of the many advantages of that.
That's right. That's right. So tell us what you're seeing.
Well, we're going to zip all the way to the other part of the country. We're going to look at Arizona and Nevada. But it's essentially the same story that Major and
Arizona
Anthony were
and
telling,
Nevada.
which is
I'm currently getting the zeitgeist on
Democrats have to
Twitter.
turn
We'll
out
talk about it
their
in a
voters,
second.
and Donald Trump has to turn out his voters. Well, Latinos are key to the Democratic coalition. Let's look first in Arizona, how Kamala Harris is doing with Latino voters. Well, she's up by 14 points, so you might think, well, she's doing pretty well. But if you compare that to what Joe Biden did in 2020 in the state of Arizona, he won them by 24 points. Yeah. So Kamala Harris is underperforming what Biden did in 2020. Also, just a sideline, an interesting story of the night, if these exit polls are solid, there seems to be a much larger Latino vote in Arizona. The share is much larger than it was in 2020. That's something in the future to look at. But now let's look.
That's just the future of Arizona in general.
But it's a 7-point difference.
Yeah,
that seems a lot.
Historically have exceptionally low turnout. Yeah.
But the difference between 16 and 20 was only 4 points.
Oh, this is interesting.
It seems, I mean, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying it's interesting to look at. Nevada, the share
This
is
is
the same.
interesting. It says here, Yamashe Alcindor says Trump roughly doubled his support among black voters in Wisconsin, according to the NBC News exit poll. This year, Trump is polling about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Harris. 4 years ago, Trump won only 8% of black voters in the Badger State. That's interesting.
Trump is winning Latino men. That's part of what's changing this, right?
Yeah. Yes, and not doing as well, and she's not doing as well with Latinas.
And I had spoken to one Democratic pollster before this evening, and he said very clearly, if Trump on the national numbers gets 40% of the Latino vote, Harris is screwed.
Yeah.
That is a very concerning number for them. And the reason this is such a big deal is because Latinos really, we've said this for so many years, but this year it is true. Latinos could very much end up being the decisive demographic in this election. They're the largest minority group in the country. There are an estimated 36 million Latinos eligible to vote in this election. And when you were talking about election that is in the margins, by 1 point or another, like the one that we are following tonight in a state like Arizona, in a state like Philadelphia, it is this specific demographic that could make or break it for either side.
Just to give you the national Latino vote, Harris is up by 5 points. Biden won it by 21 points. That's the national number.
So concerning to the Harris campaign.
The point that you hear from whether it's Marco Rubio or
others. Oh, we're getting our first dump from Arizona. I just read here, Maricopa County, very close.
The economy. I had Senator Cortez Masto of Nevada on the program on Sunday, and she was saying, look, Nevada is always going to be tight. You know, pointed to her own race, but she only won by about 8,000 votes in 2022. But when I pointed out to her, those demographics Trump seems to be
the Times has called Colorado.
Those without college degrees, those who are first frustrated about the economy. That fits her state as a profile. Nevada has the second highest unemployment rate in the country.
Right.
And so this is a place, as we get later on into the evening, we're going to be parsing these things very, very closely.
One interesting just to remember is Nevada is the smallest electoral prize of the night. Just six electoral votes. It is also the most diverse battleground state and also has more registered nonpartisan voters than Democrats or Republicans, but a state worth watching and certainly getting that new data. Robert Costa, I think you had some new reporting you wanted to share as well.
Yes, just briefly, have been speaking to Representative Brian Fitzpatrick in suburban Philadelphia, represents Bucks County, a centrist Republican. He has long been a representative and political organizer in that area, a key area if Vice President Harris wants to win. He said Trump is now on track based on all of the returns he has seen to do better than expected in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I was with Vice President Harris when she went to Bucks County. They've put a huge emphasis on that. When we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, labor is going to be key. Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, just told me moments ago that he believes labor is going to turn out in strong numbers, that they're going to hit their metrics they need in Michigan for Vice President Harris to do well. Notably, just got off the phone with Senator Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, a Republican. He's a little nervous about what the Democrats are doing in Milwaukee. He thinks they might have strong turnout there. He said it's very early in the night. He's also watching the suburbs of Milwaukee. But so far, Senator Johnson told me he believes ultimately the rural turnout in Wisconsin could put that state in the column for Trump. It's still early in the evening, but most notable in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the centrist Republican there, Brian Fitzpatrick, no big fan of Trump, believes Trump is doing well.
But isn't Bucks County the one collar county that Republicans have done well in?
They have over the years, but so have Democratic presidents in recent cycles.
But just recently,
the Republican hasn't won it since 1992.
Right. In the national,
Yeah.
Let's check in now with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes with Vice President Harris at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy?
Nora, it's funny that Robert Costa just heard from Senator Ron Johnson saying he's a little nervous about Wisconsin. I just heard from a top Democratic operative who says he's worried about Wisconsin, too. And so I think the bottom line is that everyone...
I think it's time to worry about Wisconsin for sure.
Nervous in this crowd here at Howard University.
Oh, 20,000 votes. It's so close.
Harris rallies we've been to in the past few weeks, it's totally silent here. People are watching the screens, they're checking their phones, they're having hushed conversations. They're waiting for some good news, and they haven't seen any in a while. And the Harris campaign knows that. It knows that Democratic supporters across the country are getting worried. And so they are trying to reassure them that they are seeing some bright spots. And I'll just walk you through what they say those bright spots are. This is coming from Ian Sams, the senior campaign spokesperson. He says, first of all, that they are tracking slightly above expected support levels among suburban early voters in Georgia. No, that's not all suburban voters, just early voters, but they're feeling good about that. Still waiting to get more information about same-day voters, I guess. He says in some larger suburban counties, and maybe we can hear more from Major and Anthony about this, they are currently outperforming Biden's winning 2020 margin. They're talking about Douglas County outside Atlanta, where she's running 5 points ahead of President Biden from 2020, and Rockdale County, where she's 10 points ahead of what Biden did back in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking great.
That their rural turnout in Georgia is matching expectations right now.
For sure.
They don't have a lot of information about Michigan.
There's definitely
yet,
cause for
so they're
concern.
watching and waiting there. In North Carolina, he says they're seeing additional late arriving mail ballots, which are favorable to them. They are not expressing optimism that they are going to win any one of these particular states, but they haven't given up either, and they continue to insist that they are still in the fight in North Carolina and Georgia.
Nancy Cortez, thank you, and stand by because soon we're going to go to John Dickerson, who has some information about Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, I want to check in with CBS Mornings co-host Tony Dokoupil, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening again. You know, as we get a little bit deeper into the night, a little bit closer to some of these key calls in this race, projections that could swing things one way or the other, I want to give you a little bit more context on the conversation around political violence from the perspective of people in this room. They are ready for anything in terms of results in this room, and that's because Donald Trump in recent days, up to and including today, has said just about everything about this race. On the one hand, today he said he would accept the results if they are fair, but then on the other hand, in radio interviews just tonight, he has referenced unsubstantiated rumors of alleged fraud in Detroit and Philadelphia, things that a senior federal official has told us are flatly untrue. But what you end up happening is a population of people are in this room and in many rooms like them all over the country who think they won in 2020, think they're winning again here in 2024, and think the only way they can lose is if there is cheating. And so you can understand why in this really remarkable CBS poll out today, 7 in 10 Americans are concerned about violence tied to the election in the days ahead. In the land of Democrats, that tends to be Republicans, they imagine, protesting, demonstrating, rioting because their candidate has been somehow quote-unquote cheated. But when you talk to people here, they say, yeah, we are also concerned about violence by Democrats. And their imagination, what's going to happen tonight and in the days ahead, is potentially riots in blue cities. Nora.
And all you have to do is look at our nation's capital, which is boarded up and fenced up in anticipation of some of the concern about what is ahead. Tony Dokoupil, thank you. When we come back, we'll check in with our correspondents in the Blue Wall battleground states. You're watching CBS News America Decides Election 2024.
Get all the CBS News election information at your fingertips, including full access to interactive election maps, push alerts on major races, plus breaking news.
All right, we're doing ads here. Don't need to listen to those. Let's check in on Kornacki.
We could just zoom right
He's
out and
talking
see.
Pennsylvania.
I'm just going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total, and I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there is one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining Election Day vote still to be counted, is that we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you can take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline and maybe gain some ground back. So with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County. Because, as we say, that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins and where Harris is going to need
so for those
bigger
that
margins
care about
to offset
the
potentially,
betting markets,
for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County.
Polymarket now is giving Kamala Harris a 10% chance of winning, and Donald Trump a 90% chance of winning. So, for those that care about the betting markets, that's how that's going. Maria Nawfall on Twitter is like, Trump has pretty much won. Which, I guess that means, with RFK, we'll be taking fluoride out of our water, among other things. Well, I mean, he's certainly going. I mean, this is definitely a, you know, a better night for Trump than I think a lot of people thought he was going to have, for sure. Let's look at the Times map. Let's see. We'll update our map. So, the CNN is not breaking down Nebraska's congressional districts for some reason. So, we'll do that there. And we will put Wisconsin back in Republican, although I think that's going to trade places a few more times tonight. Because it's so, the margin is thousands of votes. So, Pennsylvania, still not much happening there. North Carolina, Virginia, not much happening there. Georgia, no change. Yeah, so we are still waiting on a lot of votes in a lot of places, is what we're doing. Yeah, Arizona's going to go back and forth as they count through votes. There's very little margin. It's not even 4,000 votes, it's 3,500 votes. We're going to see a lot of back and forth there. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, this is... yeah, I mean, it's, you know, there's a lot to think about. We're a half hour before West Coast polls close. I mean, there's a lot to think about in terms of getting used to the reality of Trump and the type of agenda that he's articulated by arresting political enemies and by possibly arresting journalists. And, you know, are we even going to have elections again? Is he just going to write it out until, you know, he passes on? But it's, you know, there's a lot, I mean, there's a lot to think about if we have to really get used to the reality of another Trump presidency and what that's going to mean for life in this country. There's a lot of narratives already starting on Twitter. One of them is the quote-unquote silent mail vote. Although, you know, we talk about, you know, I've always said abortion was going to be the big specter over this, you know, election sort of thing. And I kind of wonder where those votes are. And I kind of wonder how that's shaken out. Florida did not end up passing its amendment to bring back abortion rights, which was Amendment 3. They also did not legalize marijuana, which is Amendment 4. In Florida, constitutional amendments have to pass by 60%, and they came close, 57% and change through both. So... Oh, I mean that is true. I think it's going. I mean, we can actually look at the exit polls right now. So in our key states, we have women still outperforming men. When was this updated last? 10/27. When outperforming men. Let's look particularly at like a North Carolina. I mean, again, if we look at Pennsylvania, more women than men. Well, we can look at Florida. More women than men. Kind of wonder what's happening with all that. Now, one thing we haven't looked at for a while. Let's go check out our Senate and House races, because we'll have gotten some numbers on some of these. Oh, interesting. Independent Dan Osborne in Nebraska. Democrat leading in Michigan. Democrat leading in Wisconsin.
Yeah, let's check in, Rachel. We'll start here on North Carolina. Look again, 83%.
Calm down, Kornacki. And ooh, not good for John Tester in Montana, but only 2% in. Oh, Texas. We're doing good numbers out of Texas. Oh, Ted Cruz is still ahead. I was hoping Colin Allred would do better. Much better. Yeah, Rick Scott is a done deal. Christian Gillibrand, of course, sails to re-election. Tim Kaine. Many places have called Virginia for Tim Kaine. And, oh, Miss Rochester in Delaware has won. That's good. And then we're still obviously waiting on numbers out of Pennsylvania, but the Republicans ahead. So it seems like a Republican pickup of the Senate is quite good. Quite good. We should have some decent House numbers now. So Republicans have one flip. Democrats still have 96 seats, kind of spread throughout the whole country. Yikes, we could actually end up with the Republicans are in the majority now. If they flipped one, it's a lot easier to maintain the majority. You could actually end up with Republican unified government. That's a real possibility right now.
But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same-day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look. Douglas County we have. Cobb County, again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state, and this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here. If Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that that could happen. If Trump wins those 2 states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
In the other blue wall states of Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, CBS News projects that Iowa is for Trump, that the former president has won the state of Iowa. You see just a little bit more than half the vote in there. There had been that poll by the Des Moines Register suggesting that she was doing much better than expected, but Iowa, a reliably Republican state there, and those 6 electoral votes now in the Republican column. John Dickerson, want to check in with you. What are the exit polls showing us?
Various different splits with the electorate. We've also talked about how there are shifts going on. Donald Trump is getting more of the African-American vote than you might have expected, or you would have expected a Republican to get in the past. We've talked about Latino voters. Another key way to think about the electorate is between college and non-college voters. Particularly, let's look at white college voters, that's to say voters with a college degree. So let's look at white voters with a college degree. Kamala Harris, 54 to 44. So that's a 10-point margin. The reason this is important is this is a key part of the new emerging Democratic base doing well with college-educated voters. That's 7 points better than Joe Biden did in 2020. He won that group, white college voters with a degree, by only 3 points. Now let's look at the other group, which is the one that Donald Trump does well in, and that's white voters without a college degree. Now you see he is creaming Kamala Harris, 65 to 33 among white voters without a college degree. So that's a 32-point difference, but that's a little bit less than he did than in 2020 when he beat Joe Biden with that same group by 35 points. So this is we see the shift happening. Kamala Harris overperforming with white college voters. Donald Trump doing essentially as he did in 2024, although a little bit worse. Why, of course, this matters is in the battleground states. White non-college voters are a big part of Wisconsin and Michigan. In those states, the picture is a little bit more mixed. Now, I'm not going to have exit poll slides for you or graphics, but just to give you a sense of the picture. In Pennsylvania, the picture we just described, where Kamala Harris is doing well with white college voters, she's doing 19 points better than Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Biden beat him only by 9. Trump is beating her by 29 points with voters without a college degree who are white, beating her by 29
the
points.
Times is saying likely Trump.
So the Pennsylvania story matches that national story. But in Wisconsin, and I'll just wind it down
So
here,
we're past
Wisconsin
lean and
and
we're
Michigan,
to likely
it's
Trump
much
at the New
tighter.
York Times.
White college vote for Harris is about what it was for Biden. White non-college, Trump is doing a little bit better in Wisconsin than he did in 2020. In Michigan, Harris is doing a little bit better among white college voters, but in white non-college, Trump is up by 3. So in those 2 key states, the picture's a little bit more mixed than at the national level. Nora, back to you wherever you may be.
I know, John. Well, I decided to stay over here with Major Garrett.
Sure. Well,
No
who can
offense
blame
to any of you?
Who can blame you?
No offense to any of you, but of course, I'm geeking out over here at the board, and I wanted to know about Michigan and Wisconsin because we haven't yet got to dive into those numbers. So, Major, take it away.
So, again, Michigan, 23% of the vote in. We have a current lead for the vice president. Where's the outstanding vote? Well, okay. As we mentioned earlier, as Anthony went through this, Wayne County, Washtenaw, that's Ann Arbor, Oakland. Very large concentration of outstanding vote there. What is the overall needs for President Trump to prevail in Michigan? What is our current projection? 46%. Again, these are projections based on the vote that's come in so far, our estimation of what the overall turnout will be, and overlaying that with exit poll data. So that's what we can basically say about Michigan at this hour.
Okay, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Let's go there now. We have 52% of the vote in. Where is that vote that we still need to see come in? Where is it concentrated? Milwaukee and Madison. Those are good, strong areas for the vice president. What is the general orientation? Vice President Harris, according to our estimates, needs 50% of the outstanding vote. We saw just a moment ago where it's concentrated, Madison and Milwaukee and the surrounding suburbs. According to our estimates, she's going to get 43% of that outstanding vote. That could be problematic in Wisconsin for some of the reasons that John mentioned on some of the exit poll data in that state, showing a difference of the coalitions and the assemblage therein.
So she may be in trouble in Wisconsin.
She may be in trouble in Wisconsin, exactly, based on our current estimates, yes.
And what about Door County?
Door County, let's bring that out. Door.
Interesting.
76% in.
So sometimes Door County has, well, I think Door County has always predicted the potential.
Door County has a near perfect record, and she is running slightly behind Joe Biden. Trump is currently in the lead there. We have it a light shade of red, leaning Trump.
Really interesting. All right. Thank you, Major, for indulging me. Now to Maurice Dubois at our Path to Victory table. And Maurice, I know we're all looking about the importance of Pennsylvania.
We sure are, Nora. Thank you so much. Let's first take you through where we stand right now. We are at 201 for Donald Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris. But if we look at the beginning of the night, this is where we expected and will expect the votes to go throughout the evening. Red states for Trump, blue states for Kamala Harris. She started with 226. He started with 219, and what we believe to be likely based on past experience and past voting. Okay, so let's see what Pennsylvania, how it shakes out when it comes to being pivotal for Donald Trump. If he were to flip Georgia and get the 16 votes there, electoral votes, and take North Carolina and to hold on to that, and then go to Pennsylvania and take the 19 electoral votes there. We talked about this earlier, but that would bring him straight to 270, lights out. He's the next president of the United States. If he cannot hold on to Pennsylvania, he then has to go through the southern strategy, the Sun Belt, if you will. So that would mean flipping Georgia, holding on to North Carolina, taking Arizona, taking Nevada as well. He's still not there. He's at 268. So he would have to take one of the upper Midwest, right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania, he'd have to take Wisconsin or Michigan, and he gets right there to 278. Now, for Harris, Pennsylvania is huge. It's big. So if she were to take Pennsylvania and hold on to it, Joe Biden won it by 82,000 votes last time, and to hang on to Michigan, this is the blue wall we talked about, and Wisconsin, we don't know where that's going to go. That would get her right to 270. So Pennsylvania, pivotal as it has been for so many elections in the past. But again, we're at nail-biter status, 7 battleground states. We just don't know. This is where we stand right now, Nora.
Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And when we come back, we'll have new results to report. CBS News, America Decides, election 2020.
All right. Oh, Kornacki's doing Michigan. Let's check here.
Oakland to its next door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue-collar, Trump-friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there, so yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that if the Democrats looked at, they would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just...
All right, let's look at maps. So this is the CNN map right now. We're 61% in. There's a 3-point difference. Kornacki was just talking about Michigan. They haven't counted a lot yet. Wisconsin, we have a goodly amount, and it's narrow, 9,000 votes. Minnesota, we don't have much vote in yet. Nebraska, we have a lot of vote, but that's probably going to go Trump. Arizona, we have half the vote in, and we're 2,000, literally not even 2,000 votes, 1,500 votes. Close. Keep an eye there. Virginia, Kamala Harris is still ahead by 2 points. North Carolina, Trump is ahead modestly by about 3. Georgia, Trump is pulled way ahead, about 3.5. So, will not, I don't think we're going to get Nevada till 11. So, we'll get some idea about Nevada in about 10 minutes. Yeah, let's take a look at Senate and House. So right now, the Republicans have flipped one in West Virginia in the Senate. A little bit of vote in Montana in. Republican is ahead. That is a potential flip. New Mexico, Democrat is ahead. Arizona, Democrat is ahead. Michigan, Democrat is ahead, but modestly, only half a point. Wisconsin, Democrats have it. Tammy Baldwin's incumbent. She'll probably take that. Minnesota, Republican is ahead by quite a bit, which would be odd. Amy Klobuchar has been there for a long time, but they haven't counted much yet, so we'll hold on that. We have Dan Osborne, independent, in Nebraska. I don't know enough about that race to know if he caucuses Democrat or not. So we'll see about that. And then, of course, I was hoping Ted Cruz would get just cleaned, but no such luck. And let's look at the House. So right now, Republicans are still ahead. They have flipped 3, so they're increasing their majority, not decreasing their majority. So we're still in a situation where it's realistic to have a unified Republican government if these trends continue the way they are. So that's fun. Let's look at the times. Oh yes, Kamala Harris wins Maine's 1st congressional district, which we have right here. Maine 1. The needle is up to 87% likely Trump. With Trump 298, Harris 240. So the Trump campaign is probably very happy right now with how things are going and how the race is shaping up. Let's see. Still worrisome in Pennsylvania. Still worrisome in Wisconsin. Let's, Kornacki is busy. Let's see what CBS is
Officials
doing.
are protected, but people have been respectful. People have been observing the process, but not disrupting the process. It's really been a sea change from 2020, and I'm grateful to see such a peaceful, secure process here in Detroit and across Michigan.
And
Yeah,
Secretary
statistically speaking,
good to talk to you again, Madam
the
Secretary.
economy tends to
There
do
were
better
a
under
number
Democrats.
of,
At least when you say the economy, the
incidents
stock
today
market
with bomb
tends to
threats
do
in
better
your state.
under
What can you
Democrats
tell us
as
about
opposed to
what the impact
Republicans.
was,
Just a
practically
fun fact.
speaking, on just administering this election?
Yeah, we know there were 4 bomb threats made to precincts and 1 to an office building, our office building in Lansing. All of those were investigated and debunked and essentially treated like swatting attempts. No one was really significantly disrupted. No voter was stopped from voting, and things continued apace and continued smoothly, in part due to the fact that our partnerships with law enforcement enabled a quick investigation, a quick response, and we quickly were able to source it to Russian interference.
Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, thank you so much for your time tonight. Good luck with the count.
Thanks, and thanks for having me.
Absolutely, and we want to head back to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanta at the CBS News data desk with some new insight into the Pennsylvania turnout. Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. So I want to take you down to the local level. You wanted granular data? This is the city of Philadelphia. These are precincts in the city of Philadelphia. We've talked all night about how important turnout is here, but also vote shifts. We're looking at some analysis that my colleagues Corey and Kabir have been running on those precincts, and I can tell you that we're seeing a vote shift at about -2 overall from Democrats 2020 to now. And you can see it coming in live, populating here. But the really key thing here, Nora, is in neighborhoods that are Latino, Hispanic neighborhoods, including up in here in the northern part in Fair Hill, as we get up here away from the center city, we are seeing perhaps a 6 to 8 point swing from 2020 away from the Democrats. I know a lot of folks talked about that might go the other way after maybe Donald Trump's comments or other comments that they'd heard, but nope. In fact, that is going back towards Donald Trump right now. So all in all, the other thing that's really important here is it looks like turnout is also tracking to be a little lower. So between that little bit of a vote shift, between the Hispanic vote shift that we're seeing so far and the fact that it's tracking a little bit lower on turnout, right? Might even come in at under 700,000, at least right now. None of that bodes well for Kamala Harris. And that's your local level dive into Philadelphia.
All right, Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett, thank you. Were you going to say something, Cecilia?
I was going to say, viewers may hear what Anthony just said and think that that sounds counterintuitive, right? Given the rhetoric that we have heard from Donald Trump over this campaign and his 4 years in office and the campaign leading up to it. One of the polls that has been the most illustrative for me from this entire campaign is the one that said 2/3 of Latinos who were surveyed said that they believe that Donald Trump was not referring to people like them when he spoke about immigrants. And half of foreign-born Latinos said the same thing. Broadly speaking, Latinos are still overwhelmingly Democrat, but Donald Trump has very successfully started to get into this population. Many Latinos seem to be finding a sense of belonging in Trump's otherism because he is talking to them the same way he talks to white voters. They hear him on the economy. That's their message from him.
All right, when we return, poll closings in 4 western states, including California and its 54 electoral votes. CBS News America Decides Election 2024. We'll be right back.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer?
Oh, Twitter is so fun. Well, actually, it's kind of funny that this is a comment because I'm on Twitter and Hassan Piker has remarked, "I don't want to say I told you so, but this run to the moderates looks like a spectacular failure. Lethal military, muscular border policy, and parading Liz Cheney didn't swing votes in Dems' favor and only worked to normalize Republican positions." So, if I'm going to read Twitter effectively, I need to have my glasses on. Oh, Kornacki's doing Wisconsin.
182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number.
I mean,
and
yeah,
go further,
I mean,
like
the right wing, the rightish move.
This century in Dane County.
I mean,
with about
it's always
90%,
very tempting for Democrats to try to pick up moderate voters and to keep elite voters, but it tends to shoot you in the foot with your own party. And I think that a lot of people who will say they should have catered more to the far left and the Palestine thing and all this type of thing, and perhaps, her breaking from
communities right outside Milwaukee coming into the night
from the Biden administration on that might have been helpful somewhere along the way. That argument's going to get made, especially if things keep going the way they're going right now. For sure.
Significance here is Trump lost. In 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but, that is a county, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
So I read on Twitter, Decision Desk is called North Carolina. I can see why. That's a lot of votes, a lot of vote spread. Very tight in Arizona. Minnesota, we need you to count faster. Wisconsin, very tight. Michigan, interesting. Well, at least we know voting matters. I mean, it always has mattered. You know. It always has mattered. No matter where you are, voting matters. Participating in democracy, participating, you know, in your civic life is a vital part of being a citizen, especially in your local races. I mean, here's the thing, guys. When it comes to presidential, obviously, it's the whole country's a national race. There's a lot of different factors. And it can feel like your vote doesn't matter if you don't live in a battleground state. However, that does not invalidate your local elections. I'm talking governor, state house, state rep, city council, county, you know, all this sort of thing. And those votes are decided by much less. I mean, most city council races are decided by a few thousand votes if. You know, most county stuff is decided by a few thousand votes if. Your vote always matters. Exercising that right is vitally, vitally, vitally important. I don't necessarily know the bombing will get 10 times worse. I don't, you know, I don't necessarily know that that's necessarily baked in. My guess is Trump is going to would try to seek a pretty fast solution to all that. So
Now to Major Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the data desk. And so why is Georgia now lean Republican?
We will explain that to Nora and the team here in a moment. Anthony, walk us through how we got to this lean Trump designation for Georgia. It's 16 electoral votes in a state that former President Trump very much wanted to flip.
So you see there's still some vote outstanding, right? It's 88% in. But what I'm going to do is show you our models here that incorporate what we expect out of that vote. And so when you do that, you see that Donald Trump's current lead holds up in that model. Now, the other way to show you this, though, and why it's a lean but not a projection, is if I show you that in terms of the range of possibilities here. And what you see is that Trump's range around that estimate is in this red bar, and Harris's range around that estimate is in this blue bar. There is still some overlap here, so we can't be certain, but our best estimate right now is that Donald Trump does have that lead, and therefore we made it lean. And Major, maybe you can talk a little bit about where that outstanding vote is.
Right, because many of our viewers will see that there is outstanding vote, but what I want to do is take you inside those bubbles and show you the numbers. And the numbers tell a story about a declining amount of vote that's out. 126 in Gwinnett, 1,000. 38,000 remaining in Cobb. 54,000 remaining in Fulton County. 29,000 remaining in Henry County. So these numbers suggest that there would have to be a tremendous push for the vice president in those places where
Times is already calling Washington
historically Democratic,
and
also
California,
show
but not Oregon
the
yet.
needs
Interesting.
And our projection on
let's add those in
where the vice president is in terms of the need.
She needs 62%, we believe, right? And right now she's on track to get 58%. Now, there's some estimate, or there's a range around these estimates, right? So you say, well, that is trailing what she needs, hence the lean, but it's not trailing by so much that we can project the race just yet. But we do want to give you, like I said, the whole sense of the race, and that is lean Trump, Nora.
All right. Can we do the same thing in Wisconsin? Because all of us here, when I came back from the data desk with Major, everyone was also surprised about what we saw in Wisconsin. That would dramatically change the path to victory. So can we go through that margin in Wisconsin?
Sure can. Far less relative vote in there, right? We're at 60. We're at 60%. So the needs yet doesn't quite come into play as much. But we are going to be looking at places like Milwaukee. And if I look at that and then I show you the history there, you see this tells very much the story. So far, Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers there in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
and
so
that doesn't
right now the
necessarily
New York
tell a strong
Times has
story
Trump
for
at
him. Just a
88%
little
likely to
bit
win.
behind
There's
Joe
still a
Biden's
pathway,
numbers
but
in
honestly, it's
critical
getting
Dane
narrower by
County.
the hour.
This is a place where Democrats
I was
traditionally
planning on
really
streaming
run up
until
a lot of votes.
midnight,
Now,
which is
again,
another 55
this is not
minutes.
all in, but that tracking number
And
plus
because I felt
the
like that would be
slightly
long
lower
enough for us to
turnout,
kind of
perhaps,
know
that's not enough
where
of a
things are
margin.
going
Let's
to
walk
be.
through the needs
But
and our
it's not looking
projections
good.
currently.
I mean,
Okay, so
if we
there's your
just look
needs,
at the current
right?
CNN
Use 51%
map,
of the estimate. That's
it's
not
not
that hard
great.
to do, okay?
If
So
we look at the Times
trouble
map,
is, given what I just
which
showed
is a
you
little
in those
bit
key Democratic
more,
counties,
you know,
right now she's tracking
it's
it,
not
getting
great.
44%.
If we
of
look
the
at our
outstanding
own map, the
vote.
way
So,
what we've
again,
been tracking
still a lot of vote
tonight,
to come, still some uncertainty
it's
here,
not
but
great.
right
And I
now, not
haven't, and I've
immediately on
left
track.
the
And because we only have
battlegrounds
61%
as
of the
toss-ups
voting
except for
statewide, that's why we have that
Virginia,
many designation in this race. It is still
which has a
toss-up
2-point
based on our
lead.
estimates,
Even
but
if we
these are the
add in
trend lines at
Virginia
this hour.
as a lean.
All right, thank you so much. I want to go.
We're still at
we're going to dive into the exit
210-214.
poll numbers in Wisconsin.
It's not looking good.
Are you
Yeah,
ready?
I'll
Have
just
this
It's
real
just- it's not
quick,
looking
yeah,
good.
because we'll know what's going on in Wisconsin.
We still have him
Little
ahead
dash
in
into
Arizona,
Wisconsin, just
but
two
it's
little
by a
pieces.
breath.
Let's look at the Union household vote
Georgia,
in Wisconsin.
not good. North
Kamala Harris is
Carolina,
up,
worse.
50 to 49.
Pennsylvania,
It's basically
not
50-50
great.
actually in what you're about to see on your screen.
Wisconsin, not
so it's even
great.
flat among union households in Wisconsin. Biden won that group by 19 in 2020. So that's
Right now, the Times has
This is the working class vote. This is the
179-214.
connections
Not
long-standing
looking
to Joe
good.
Biden's advocacy
just
for
not-
the
it's not
unions
looking
that helped
good.
him in 2020. But here in Wisconsin, if Wisconsin is not going well for the vice president, that could be one reason why. Now, one reason it could be going well, just to remind from something we talked about earlier, that she is winning with seniors by 17 points. Biden only won with seniors by 6 points. So as we watch where each coalition is built, Kamala Harris is not doing well with union voters in Wisconsin, but she's doing better with senior voters than Joe Biden did in 2020.
I think this is a good time to go over to the path to victory, and I know that Ed O'Keefe is there with Maurice Dubois. So let's play that scenario out, because if Georgia goes red and Wisconsin goes red, does Kamala Harris have a path to victory, and what does it include?
It does, and it narrows.
Yeah, so Nora, I want to show you something. This is the briefing book that we all got, right? And right in the beginning of it, there are 21 different ways that Democrats can get to 270 plus, okay? 21 different options for our political unit. If you go through now and cross out all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So this is where we are right now, right?
Yes, we are. We
I
have.
just want to point out that Margaret Brennan has already done that over here.
Yeah. So we're going to. Hey, at least the guys are asking for directions and using the map, right? So let's use the map.
Which way is up?
All right.
But Donald Trump ahead at the moment, 211 to 145. So let's go to our hypothetical map and see these paths to victory, right?
So let's make.
if Georgia does go red.
And make Wisconsin red.
Wisconsin goes red as well.
So now here's how she could get to 270. She would get Pennsylvania.
Gotta hold on to Pennsylvania.
She'd have to get North Carolina.
Gotta flip that.
And give her Arizona.
Gotta take Arizona as well.
That's one way she can do it. The other way, if I'm looking at this correctly, North Carolina, we're going to make that red. North Carolina.
That narrows things.
Michigan.
And Nevada.
Arizona and Nevada.
Right.
There aren't many options at this point.
Right.
Okay. The other one would be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona. We did Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona.
Those
would
two.
Be the other
Right.
option.
That's 270, right?
Okay. This could go red. And that gets us, it gets her to
287.
It gets the map, it gets the entire country to 287, 251. So there's ways it could happen if Wisconsin and Georgia aren't happening.
I don't agree with you
Let me
on
bring in
that.
Robert Costa, who has some new reporting real quick.
I
Thank
think
you.
if Biden
It's
were
really
still
interesting
in,
to
I
imagine all
don't
the
think
different
we would be
scenarios.
sitting
I've been
here
talking
having
with
this
my top
conversation
Democratic
right now.
sources close to the Harris campaign. They say Jen O'Malley Dillon, who's running The Harris campaign now believes the blue wall is the path to victory. She sent out a memo stating that, and that's going around the top Democrats in Congress. Some of the top Democrats in Congress privately within recent minutes have told CBS News that they believe the blue wall is the way she gets to the White House. She must win, they believe, those 3 states. I just spoke to a source close to Speaker Pelosi. When I sat down with President Biden in August, he only name-checked one Democrat, Speaker Pelosi, the former speaker, for nudging him out of the race. A source close to her says she's watching everything. She's, quote, still optimistic. Still optimistic. Perhaps one of the most powerful Democrats. That's her phrase, based on a source close to her watching the returns.
But Bob, it's interesting. They say she must win, but do they think she can win? There's such a big difference there. You expect people to be optimistic at this point, but it's
come down to the turnout, Gail. It's cities and labor. Cities, labor, and they got to eat into the Republican vote in the suburbs. They're still optimistic, from Pelosi to others, that she can do it, but they see a narrowing path, but a still viable path. But there's a lot of Democrats, to be clear, on edge right now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we can see with the data and our reporting, but it's strategists with close contacts that know about the ground game, like CBS News political contributor Joel Payne and political contributor Leslie Sanchez, want to bring you into that conversation. Joel, what are you hearing within Democratic Party ranks at this hour?
I'm hearing similar to the reporting that was just shared. Look, that path to 270 is narrow. I thought it was narrow coming in to the evening. I've said that Harris was a low ceiling, high floor candidate coming into this race. I think that holds true. I think Jen O'Malley Dillon's memo is correct, that it seems like the blue wall is the path. And I will say this, I think Democrats are kind of coming to grips with a stubborn reality that some of the bets that were made in this cycle may just not pay off. That doesn't mean Kamala Harris will lose, but it does mean that some of the bets maybe around abortion and some of the bets around Donald Trump maybe receding in public regard just did not come to fruition. There is still a path despite all that. And I remember in 2020, many Democrats around this time of night felt maybe similar to looking at the map right now, the same way that they felt 4 years ago, the same way they feel now. And that race was able to be pulled through. But I think Ed's point is right. I think there are narrow paths to victory, and I think Democrats are bearing down for what could be an extended process here when you get past those blue wall states, looking at Nevada, seeing what happens with those votes. The ballot curing, I think, will be a really key issue. And you even look at that Reid machine in Nevada that many Democrats rely upon to deliver key votes in that culinary workers union. Those will be the places where Democrats will look if they plan on delivering an electoral college victory here.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at the map and the path to victory, if she cannot win Wisconsin, in other words, if there's a piercing of that blue wall, she would have to win Arizona.
Right.
And so that's really what it would come down to at this point. Nevada's still too small at 6 EVs. She'd need Arizona, and I have to go back to the magic wall or the data desk and figure out what's happening in Arizona, because I don't have a good sense yet about what's happening in Arizona. Major, would you?
According to CNN,
Major
Arizona is
Anthony,
super
we'll go to
close.
them in just a second, but let me touch base with CBS News political analyst Leslie
2,500
Sanchez,
votes.
because she is with us. And Leslie, I know you've been with us for most of this conversation. We heard Cecilia's reporting and more about the Hispanic vote. What are you hearing?
I'm hearing that the Democrats are cratering their support among Latino voters, and it's across the board. It starts in Texas. You look at the Rio Grande Valley, you're seeing stronger support leaning toward Trump along those border counties than he did, performing better than he did in 2020. And I expect that to move into the Sun Belt, into Nevada, where you have the culinary unions, into Arizona, where you have a lot of working class, middle class Latino voters. I expect that to tip toward Trump as well because of this growing middle class. They are second, third generation Latino dominated. Ed O'Keefe talked about the growth of Latino men on the Republican side, and they are tilting over toward Trump. And because of the economy, because of high inflation, and some of them do talk about border security, but that economic inflation number and feeling that pinch is really what's driving that all the way across. You can even argue in Florida, along that I-4 corridor, the Puerto Rican vote, you saw them come eventually align under Trump. They were not affected by those, kind of those Madison Square Garden components. And I think expect that in the suburbs of Philadelphia. My reporting says they are coming out for Trump as well.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And we have a race alert at this hour. CBS News rates North Carolina as lean Republican. And so while the vote count is still coming in, our CBS News models indicate this race leans Republican for Donald Trump. Remember, this was the one of the 7 battlegrounds that he won 4 years ago and is performing well in the rural areas of North Carolina. You could argue North Carolina was a must-win for Donald Trump tonight, and we rate it as lean Republican at this hour while it is still early in the night. Let's go now to Major Garrett to explain why.
So lean Trump for North Carolina. How did that happen? We should remind ourselves 5 visits by the former president to North Carolina in the closing week of this campaign, underscoring its importance as the Trump team looked at the electoral map of the country. So here we have 86% of the vote in. This is the actual vote as it has been tabulated. Here is our estimate of where this will land when all the votes are counted. 51.7 for Trump, 48.3 for the vice president. Where's the outstanding vote? We still see some outstanding vote there. But again, the numbers keep getting smaller and smaller. Mecklenburg, yes, there's vote out there, but it's simply not manifesting itself in the way that the vice president needs if she's going to prevail in North Carolina. Our estimates suggest she needs 59% of that outstanding vote, and we project, when it's all said and done, and Nora, you join me over here. Great to have you back at the wall. 48%. So that's a big gap. 59% she needs. 48% is our current estimate based on outstanding vote, historical patterns, and exit poll data.
So you heard Robert Costa's reporting that Jen O'Malley Dillon has now sent out a memo. She's the campaign manager for the Vice President Harris, and says they still believe that the blue wall is the ultimate way to win. It's close in Pennsylvania. It may take a couple days to get the vote there. Michigan, it looked fairly good last time we looked. Wisconsin did not look that great.
Did not look good, no. But we were talking, and I heard you on the other room, because you guys are on the other side of the wall, about Arizona. So let's go to Arizona.
Yes, because this was my thing. Because Wisconsin is 11 electoral votes. If she loses that, she has to win Arizona. So what is happening in Arizona?
So here we have 51% of the vote in. That's where the total is currently. This is our estimate. We have it at 50.3 to 49.7. How does that compare to 2020? We remember how close it was. That's overperformance of Joe Biden. Things presently look good in Arizona. And
for the Democrats.
For Kamala Harris. Here's where the outstanding vote is. Maricopa County, let's be specific. How much vote is still outstanding? Maricopa County, more than 1 million votes. Maricopa County in 2020 accounted for 61%.
Yeah, guys, honestly,
of the
like, don't
statewide
forget
turnout.
to take a
Let's go down
break.
to Tucson,
I'm so
Pima
glad that
County.
like
How much is
everyone has stuck
outstanding?
around, especially my West Coast
273,000.
friends.
So, let's go back to
all
that
this type of thing,
basic
but
question.
please be mindful of your mental
What
health.
does Kamala Harris
if you need
need
to walk away,
in
take a
Arizona
break.
to
I
prevail?
need to stand
50%?
up because I've
What
been
do we
sitting
have a
here for a
current
couple
estimate
hours.
of her
I need to
projected
stand up and
ability
walk around.
to
I might leave you just to watch for a little
retain
bit.
or achieve from the outstanding vote
but yes,
to
take some
51%
time,
on
take
the
a break.
razor's edge.
So,
you know,
Margaret Brennan and John Dickerson.
it'll be here tomorrow. I guarantee you, it'll be here tomorrow. Don't forget to take a break.
An abortion
be mindful of your
initiative
mental health.
or something to
Drink some
expand
water.
reproductive rights. So I'm
you know,
curious.
Take
how
care
that
of
affected
yourselves
the vote. And of
in
course,
this whole process.
Oh, well,
Don't forget to be
excuse me.
mindful of yourself for
I'm
sure.
asking the wrong person. Major Garrett has it right here. Oh,
I have an answer for you, Nora.
Okay, yeah.
So we see this, 63%. We also see Trump well ahead of Kerry Lake running for the Senate. So there are, in Arizona, and this was a big question, would there be Trump-Ruben Gallego votes in Arizona? Actually, in fact, there were. But was there a transference on the question of abortion and linkage with Vice President Harris? This data indicates not nearly as much as the Democrats.
Well, I'm wondering if she's riding, if the vice president is riding the coattails of Gallego and the abortion initiative.
She very well might. She very well might. But not nearly as strong. There's not that connection that many people thought there might be.
All right, so let's go back to the paths to victory on that front now that both Georgia and North Carolina are in the lean Republican column. Maurice Dubois and Ed O'Keefe are there. Gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, this is the current map, right? 211 to 145, with many votes still to be counted. But let's take you back to the likely expectation. Mostly red, Donald Trump, blue for Kamala Harris. And if those states we just mentioned go red, what does that do? That brings Donald Trump within nine votes.
9. So all he needs is Arizona or Michigan or Pennsylvania eventually. It might take a few days in both of these. That same Jen O'Malley-Dillon memo, by the way, says that we're not going to get final vote until about 3 to 5 a.m. local time in Wisconsin. So stick with us.
So then for Kamala Harris, what does that look like?
Okay, so she's at 226.
Got to take Pennsylvania.
Let's say she squeaks by there. Let's say she squeaks by in Michigan. Now she needs 10 more.
Arizona.
Let's make that red right now. See, this is the problem for her.
This is a major. All right.
Okay.
Nevada.
Turn it blue.
Turn it blue. Okay. She holds Nevada from last time.
But he wins.
He does win.
Okay. Now, I'm going to flip it.
It's Arizona.
Give her that one. She wins.
That shows you exactly.
This is why we're going to be here a few days potentially, because if we're going to get in all these tight margins, we're going to have to be waiting for every single last vote. That's the way it could conceivably happen.
If you haven't bitten your nails yet,
start biting.
They're going to be bitten. All right. That's where we stand. Those are the past, Nora.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm just walking back.
The Times is called North Carolina for Trump.
I think yeah, I know, Margaret, you heard me. I had a question for you about the abortion initiative. Yeah.
I did hear you very well on Arizona. Abortion's already legal there, but this is amending their constitution. But I think that's so fascinating to see. Perhaps that's that split ticket, or as you said, it just didn't boost the vice president. I was just looking at my path to victory. There's some other very narrow ones, some pretty obscure options here, but we are left with a total of 5 paths for her at this point.
If the vice president were to lose Wisconsin and that blue wall was pierced, which was going to be her easiest way to victory. On that note, let's check in with CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Hi there, Tony.
Hey, good evening.
All right, guys, I'm going to stand up and walk around and take a break. I'm going to leave you guys to watch. I'll be back in a little bit.
Has begun here at Trump headquarters. YMCA came over the loudspeaker, and Trump seemed to be pulling ahead in Pennsylvania. Rinaldi says they're now looking at the exit polls in Trump world, quote, gleefully. Jake Rosen, another one of our colleagues, they are now looking for apartments in Washington, D.C. and talking openly about what jobs they want in the new administration. So they are measuring the drapes, so to speak. I also talked to some of the Trump supporters in the room. How are you feeling in one word? I heard fantastic, I heard relieved, and I heard vindicated, Nora.
All right, Tony DeCopel, thank you. Now let's check in with Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. She is at the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Nancy, we knew this would not be an early night, given how close the polls have been. And it looks like it is going to be a very late night, or may stretch for several days to get in that Pennsylvania vote and more. What are you hearing? I know that the Harris campaign manager just put out a new memo.
Right. She did put out a memo saying that she feels good about what she is seeing in the blue wall. But I can tell you that Democrats outside the campaign don't feel particularly good about what they're seeing in Wisconsin in particular. And they're surprised to be worrying this much about Wisconsin. This is not the state of the 3 in the blue wall that they were most concerned about going into the night, partly because Democrats just won a big statewide election in Wisconsin last year, a special election for the state Supreme Court, Janet Protasewicz, the new justice there, and it had a lot to do with abortion. So they thought they'd see a repeat this time around. Instead, it's this nail biter, and Jen O'Malley-Dillon sending out this memo, basically telling the entire Democratic stratosphere that there's a lot of vote outstanding in Milwaukee, that it may not come in until 3 to 5 in the morning. But the fact remains that there is not a single state right now, not a single battleground state, and maybe they're just being cautious. There is not a single state that they are expressing confidence right now that they are going to win. They just keep reassuring their supporters that they still have a chance. And this is not the position that many of their supporters thought they'd be in at this point in the night.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you very much. And when we come back, a big update in the Senate. CBS News America Decides election 2024 coverage returns in a moment.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here? What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that, Art?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean in
Did any of that make sense? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
CBS Mornings Plus, clearly more news, more smart conversation.
More money-saving tips, more recipes.
More uplifting ways.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points.
Doing Virginia. I'm just looking at House election results. The Republicans have flipped 3, which means they're on track to maintain the majority. In the House. Democrats would need to do some flip. They would need to flip. Well, they had a 5-seat majority. They flipped 3. Democrats need to flip 8 seats to get a majority. According to Pelosi, she's optimistic. I am less so. On the Senate side, we had our flip in West Virginia. But otherwise, everything is coming out sort of as it should be. Wisconsin is still close. Republicans ahead right now. Amy Klobuchar is way ahead. And I've seen people. I think the Times already called it for Amy Klobuchar. We don't have numbers from Utah yet. We don't have numbers from Nevada yet. Virginia is fine. So we may still end up with for the Dems to get the Senate, they need Arizona to happen for sure. And they need to not lose in Montana. And right now we don't have a lot of numbers from Montana, but John Tester's behind. But it's only 7%. So we'll see how things develop in Montana. And things are not going their way in Pennsylvania. That would be a loss. So Congress is definitely not going the way we would hope. And the residential difficulties remain. Let's make Minnesota light blue. Because she's ahead in Minnesota. Alright, we can make Minnesota light blue. We can make Michigan light blue, maybe. Because we're ahead in Michigan a little bit. Virginia, she's ahead a little bit. We already have Virginia light blue. So we're basically Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. I'm pretty sure Georgia's not going to go that direction. But on our little map, the little Cameron Journal map, we have 235, 230, but we also would need to do an Alaska lean, which is quite likely, and then Hawaii will be a Democrat lean. That gets us to 239, 233. Still difficult. Not out of the woods yet. Let's get back to Kornacki.
Populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties in New Jersey the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. Okay, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come, but when that hits 95%, there usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 60,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much. It's basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say, the wow counties and the bow counties here. Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, it was a 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
let's check CBS.
Just about everybody in the Democratic Party. What is their concern tonight? Where is she underperforming?
There seems to be some underperforming taking place in Pennsylvania, really. I thought that there's some counties in Pennsylvania we seem not to be performing as well then. There's some that we look like we are winning, and still by a lesser margin than I expected. I'm really concerned about Michigan as well. So I hate to, not knowing where all the votes are coming from, I hate to make any predictions based upon the totals unless I knew where they were coming from. When you got 75, 80% of the vote in, it could very well be a pocket that would be favorable to us, but I'll wait to see before making the concessions.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for your time. And we have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that Trump will win North Carolina. That is a state that he won in 2020 and 2016. And the Tar Heel state, the last time it went to a Democrat was Barack Obama in 2008. It was a very narrow win for him. Of course, he had a blowout victory in 2008, and so he was able to carry North Carolina. But that was a surprise to many people. So this was a must-win state, I think, for President Trump, and he has delivered today in part by turning out strong supporters in rural areas, just as he did in Virginia and other states, as we are seeing tonight. That is where his base is. So that moves Donald Trump to 227 electoral votes. Let's go now to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett. Good evening, guys.
So we're going to explain how we were able to make this call. And it's significant, I think, Anthony, to share with the audience. Trump won this state, North Carolina, by just over 74,000 votes in 2020. We project he's going to win by a substantially larger number of votes than that.
So this gets very simple. I'm going to show you what the outstanding vote is and where it is. And you think, okay, here are Democratic areas, yes. But you see how these circles, if you've been watching us during the night, have gotten a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller. They are not large enough, even if they all go Democratic, for Kamala Harris to catch up, okay? And then I'm going to show you this because the needs, which we project for her in that outstanding vote, she needs 61% of it to catch up. I'm going to tap this, and I'm going to show you what our models show. She's still tracking to get only 47%. This comparison right here in a nutshell, that is why you can make the projection. Didn't get the vote that she needs, didn't get the turnout she needed. And I will add, Donald Trump did just fine tracking with his target numbers in and around, especially in the areas around Charlotte, doing just fine tracking with his 2020 patterns in county after county. And that's where he ran up the score.
And Anthony, to show our viewers what we call colloquially here, doesn't sound like a colloquial word, extrusion.
Ah, the extrusion. Okay, I'm going to back this out for a second. So to do that, you're going to see where the vote comes from. And here what you see is the higher bars are more people. And yes, those are Democratic areas. But you also see all these areas, including in the western part of the state, red, red, red counties. And that's where Donald Trump consistently performed as well as he needed to, compared to 2020, compared to his vote targets this time. So once I see at the decision desk those patterns emerging, then you can get closer and then make the projection, Nora.
All right, Anthony and Major, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Well, joining us now is Florida Senator Marco Rubio. Senator Rubio, I think you're over here. I don't know if you can hear me and see me. I can see you now. Good to talk to you again. You know, when we spoke on Sunday on Face the Nation, you told me that the Harris campaign had a problem with turning out men. Are you seeing that tonight? And what are you seeing in terms of who is a decisive factor here for the Trump campaign?
Well, let's be clear. We don't know yet anything. I mean, we're still counting votes, as you said. There's still states out there, so I'm not going to claim anything. But I am going to say, and I'm sure your exit polls are showing this as well, you know, Donald Trump is winning a majority of the new voters. I think he's actually won over 5 or 6% of Biden voters. He's done exceptionally well among African-American men, doing incredibly well among Hispanic men, overperforming in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods, in Reading, just outside of Philadelphia, as an example. I think this election, and again, we don't know what the outcome is going to be, but what we know right now is going to fundamentally remake not just the Republican Party, but what we know about American politics. I think it's time to begin to realize that the primary identity that voters bring to the ballot box is not the color of their skin, their ethnicity, it's what they do for a living. It's how much money they make or don't make. It's how hard life is for them. And I think that's really what we're seeing come through tonight. And you're going to see more of that when Nevada begins to come through, and Arizona more and more. But we're certainly seeing that tonight in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, everywhere we've looked.
Senator, in your
Yeah, I want to check in on House and Senate. It's pretty... So there's been a couple Senate flips. They called Sherrod Brown in Ohio. That was a flip. In West Virginia, that was a flip. So that's 2 flipped for Republicans. That pretty much means Republicans get the Senate, barring anything else. Which is pretty crazy. In the House side of things, Republicans are doing very well. And there have been several flips, 3 flips. So it looks like, regardless of how president goes, we're going to have a Republican Congress, which is going to be interesting. And if Trump wins, we have unified Republican government. I just read some numbers that Kamala Harris is underperforming in New York City in a big way. Worst performance since 1988, which is interesting.
the Vice President, Kamala Harris, when I interviewed her in Kalamazoo, Michigan, just over a week ago, and I said, have you had enough time?
Yeah.
And she said, I'm going to make the most of the time I have. But there certainly will be some soul searching within the Democratic Party, whether President Biden stuck around too long. He didn't give the vice president enough time to present her case to the American people.
One tiny point on the Bernie Moreno. It means you now have another Republican senator from a Republican-leaning state. The split ticket voting that creates the conditions for a bipartisanship is going away. So Sherrod Brown was a Democrat in a red state. When Nixon and Reagan were elected, there were half of the states they won had Democratic senators. Now that's almost down to zero. And it may be down to zero by the end of tonight.
Which means the Senate will become even more partisan, less a deliberative body, as it is known, the most deliberative body on earth. Go ahead, and then we have exit
But it
polls.
is becoming a more diverse body. We should point out. Bernie Moreno is Colombian. Ruben Gallego looks like he's on path to join the Senate as well in Arizona. We have 2 black women from Delaware and Maryland elected tonight. So while there may not be political bipartisanship, there's a little more diversity.
All right, John Dickerson with some exit polls for us.
Let's take a look at why the groups that were supporting Donald Trump in North Carolina, which has been called for him, men 57 to 42, Trump won them in North Carolina. That is ahead of his national numbers with men. He's only ahead by 10 points with men nationally. He won by 15 in North Carolina. White voters with no college degree, won them 72 to 27. That's larger than his already very large national margin on that. So essentially, he's outperforming himself in North Carolina. He's outperforming his national numbers. New voters, you heard Senator Rubio there talking about new voters. Nationally, Trump is winning with new voters by 7 points. Here, you see him win with new voters by 21 points in North Carolina. So those are some of the exit poll numbers that give us an insight into why he won North Carolina.
Nora, I'm listening to you, John, and I'm thinking about some of the things that we have heard over the course of this campaign, and you'll have to forgive me on some of these, but, you know, from the former president, the vulgarity that we've heard, talking about Arnold Palmer. We all remember that comment, yes. and the locker room, and doing all the Joe Rogan podcasts, and the Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt off at MSG, and all of this. I think
the gesticulating with the microphone.
The gesticulation at the microphone. That so much of America went, I'm sorry, what is happening? How is that possibly going to appeal to people? And what we're seeing tonight is that it actually is not a turnoff to many people, to many of the male supporters, particularly who sat in MSG and cheered it on. And that was particularly a very bro-y feel, a very dark rally that we all talked about in the wake of it. And the question was, is this going to help Trump expand his base? And what you just said right now, it actually very well may be.
He won bros in North Carolina by 21 points.
Mm-hmm. I just want to point out, we may be able to show this. In the popular vote right now, Trump has over 59 million and Harris has over 55 million. So he is currently winning the popular vote. When we come back, polls close in Hawaii, and we will continue to follow the latest results. You're watching CBS News, America Decides, Election 2024 coverage.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
Is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make
What
sense?
have you learned? What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on
Oh yeah, 91% chance. Let's see here. Good lord. Hurry up, Nevada. So close in Arizona. Not a lot of hope in Georgia. Ooh, Michigan. Ooh, Wisconsin. Ooh, Pennsylvania. Alright, guys. Well, it's midnight, and I committed to doing this for 6 hours, and I have done. I am ready to relax, think long and hard about everything, and keep an eye on things. There's gonna be numbers through the night. I might stream tomorrow if something big happens, but we'll see. Otherwise, for other updates, catch me on social media at Cameron Cowan on Twitter, Instagram, Cameron L. Cowan on Facebook. Thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Have a really great night.